Everyone remember the microphone.
All right, ready? All right, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, June 17th, 2025, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading with the invocation this morning will be Pastor David Cook of the Cold Springs Church. Come on up. How are you? Good.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the privilege and opportunity to be able to lead us in prayer today. Would you pray with me today? Dear Heavenly Father, in a world that is increasingly a mess, with increased conflict and increased dangers, foreign and domestic, we pray for your mercy. Father, I pray particularly for our nation in times of targeted violence against those that have stepped up to serve us with conviction and courage and hope. I pray for your healing over the state of Minnesota as they grieve the blow to democracy that they and that we have suffered with the assassination of Representative Melissa Hartman and her husband, Mark, and the attempted assassination of Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. Father, have mercy upon us in these times. And as a county who has had its own threats of violence against our political leaders in the past, I pray for your protection over each of our supervisors, their families, those in other leadership positions around the county in these days. I pray that you will guard all who serve us to lead us to a peaceful and blessed future in El Dorado County. And these are times that can embolden those intent on harm and evil, and I pray against any others who would plan harm. I pray for our law enforcement community as they actively work diligently to serve and protect our county from all threats of harm. I pray that you would give our Sheriff Lykoff wisdom and strength to lead it well in these times. And in the world events that draw us closer to active conflict around the world, I pray for your protection over the women and men serving us in the military. There's so many here in our county who are veterans who served and given and sacrificed for our freedoms. I pray that for those who are especially in places of danger, be a shield about them and bring them home safely to their families. We pray for peace in our world, especially in Europe and the Middle East. Father, have mercy upon our nation and our world. And I pray for the wisdom to lead well, justly, and equitably and gracefully for our Board of Supervisors and for all in positions of authority and power in this county. Let them lead us well so that we will continue to be blessed and to be a blessing to others. Thank you for the privilege of living in such a beautiful and prosperous place as El Dorado County. We are truly privileged and blessed. Father, have mercy upon us. And as we experience mercy, let us be people of mercy and peace in our world. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, David.
Supervisor Verkamp, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand, uncover if you have a hat on. Ready, salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. At this time, the board will make any necessary additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. Any board members?
No, sir.
Lori?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think I like to just go ahead and pull item 2 just for some clarification and direction.
This is just the agenda.
Yeah, approving the agenda. So I want to move it from consent to.
I know,
think
but
what
we're gonna
the
do
intent was to deal
consent.
with that during, as part of the approval of the consent calendar, you can have.
Oh,
it
so
pulled back.
moving it is not considered approving the agenda.
Correct,
Yeah,
yeah, we'll split that up.
Yeah, we split it
Right.
up as what
But
we
I'm
did.
saying I want to actually move it to the open session, so.
Understood. I
Right.
think the intent was for clarity is that the consent calendar discussions.
So we'll move it when we do that.
When we do that on consent.
Okay, because that to me is not approving it. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that because I would think moving something would be the agenda approval.
All right,
I know.
CAO, anything on the agenda?
No changes, sir.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 with no changes.
All right. At this time, we'll move to the consent calendar. Any,
Yes.
didn't get to finish. Any comments from the board?
I want to pull item 2 and move it to the discussion calendar for clarification.
All right.
Fine with me.
Anybody else? All right, Greg, any,
No, I was gonna do the same, so.
same thing? Okay.
Thank you, Lord.
So I have nothing. How about you? For the consent, except for that? Come on, I know you got something to say.
I got nothing, thank you.
Okay, all right. Brian?
That's good.
Okay. All right. So I'll open it up to public comment.
And we are now taking public comments specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'd like to draw your attention to item 21. Planning and Building Department recommending the board approve conceptually to amend ordinance 5224 entitled Planning and Building Department Fee Schedule to update the department's hourly rate and fees for services. We had a discussion during budgets about the lack of revenue. Obviously, this is a way to increase revenue, but also the negative side of it is increased rates means more money out of the pockets of individuals. And I'm speaking not about the developers of large projects, but more about the individual coming in and wanting to get a building permit or wanting to get some services that are more personal for them. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that I'm not sure how anybody here could completely support the notion of increasing rates, but I understand the significance of the action that you're going to have to take. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom would like to speak on the consent? Come on up. Okay. All right, so there's nobody in the board chambers. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Excuse me. Good morning. Kelly Nalabaya, Eldorado Hills. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I hear an echo, so kind of weird. I'm mainly focusing today on, it's actually several items, 9 through 12, involving HHSA and granting them the sole authority, it does mention legal counsel, on receiving and funding grants. And I have a really big concern with this. And again, I'm emphasizing know what you're voting for and research what you're voting for. These grants, I know we need them, state, federal, but they often come with a lot of underlying conditions. And I want to point out one in particular, which was the Opioid Settlement Fund grant. Essentially, this grant is probably what gave us the requirement to provide the harm reduction needle services. In fact, it's a condition in the Opioid Settlement Fund grant, which we did take that money. As a citizen, I would like the opportunity to know what we're applying for, what it's for, what are underlying conditions and requirements. You could go back to the COVID grant programs, and it had everything from how we conducted business when it came to mask and vaxxed and a lot of other things. So I'm not really comfortable with any agency having full control over grants because the state of California is utilizing, I call it blackmail of these granting agencies to get us to do what they want us to do. And if we don't do it after taking the money, well, then we're in a lawsuit. So I I think you're giving a lot of control to a non-elected agency. They don't work for us, you do, and I would prefer to see that we maintain that control within the board and the public involvement. Also with Chris, number 21, I'll just say I agree on the rate and service increases. It's definitely hurting everyday people with small projects. I have been trying to work with a small school in District 2 who is being, I think, the Supreme Court case level extorted on some impact fees on a project, and I hope to help them reconcile that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Board. Ken Greenwood here from the Triple Junction out on Sly Park Road. I get up early and it's a milquetoast agenda today, I gotta admit. But I will agree with Kelly, 9 through 12, and yes, it's hints of COVID. All of the strings that were attached to, and there always are, attached to grants. I'm sure that I can't remember which item it was with respect to the fire safe funding. I'm sure we've signed our life over to the CAL FIRE in some way or another. Anyway, do be careful what thou ask for, if you will, what you ask for. And item 21, as always, raising fees is never a good thing. The small person really is the person who carries the burden on these, whereas somebody coming in for 20 lot subdivision, say item 14, etc., it's going to hurt the little guy, if you will, more than it's going to hurt the big guy. So, what's the solution on that? Hard telling. Good flush budget, which we don't have. Good flush state budget, which we don't have. Good flush federal budget, which we don't have. The buck going to have to stop somewhere down the road. And my grandchild, who's in the womb right now, is probably going to end up paying for it. So do be careful what you ask for. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Hi, this is Kimberly Beal with the El Dorado County Association of Realtors. I too want to address item number 21. A little bit different perspective, however. You do not provide the red line copy of what this increase is from the current fees. On February 11th, you had a resolution to raise fees, a lot of it focused on cemetery, but you did provide red line documents and so forth. So I don't know, since you're calling it the same ordinance, which portion of the fees on the document that's presented before us today are being increased. A red line copy is necessary. And I'm not finding it on the February docket for what might have been either. So from my perspective, I'd like you to continue this item since you haven't provided the necessary information for us to understand what is being increased on the proposal. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk about 9 through 12, as Kelly and the previous callers did as well. This is what I literally have seen since I started watching the Board of Supervisors. And it was when Supervisor Veerkamp voted to take millions of dollars in exchange for enforcing unconstitutional COVID mandates against the citizens of El Dorado County. We are still feeling the repercussions of that grant funding now. We took all that money and now here we are trying to cut everything out of our budgets to see how we can even get through the year. It's because we took on all that money. And now you want to give basically carte blanche to unelected employees to just take whatever grant money they want with whatever strings attached come with it. You're basically giving employees a credit card to buy whatever they want. And we're the ones in the end that end up footing the bill. This can affect land use. It's obviously a CR harm reduction. That's one of the things, right? Like we have to allow them to operate here because we took this funding. The homeless shelter, we have to keep this going even if the grant money runs out. The grant money, the state is in the same position that the county's in. Everybody's out of money. And now you're going to just give some random employees carte blanche to just sign on for whatever grants that they want and not even allow public discussion. I really urge you guys, Supervisor Veerkamp, you said in hindsight, you would have not have done what you did on July 12th, 2020. Can't believe it's been that long. You said you wouldn't have done that again. Why are you, if you allow this to go through and allow employees to sign on for grants, basically you're turning a blind eye to all the money, that grant money that we're collecting, and you're not even allowing your constituents to weigh in on it. And that's how we are in these predicaments that we are. So please pull this item. Do not allow this to go through. Please pull this. Do not allow it. I'm begging you. We all have the right, including you guys, to look at these grants and see what we're signing on to. Thank you.
Okay, Mandy.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So anyway, thank you all for this time. The board will make any necessary additions, deletions, corrections to the agenda. Determine the matters to be added or removed from the consent calendar and approve the consent calendar. What is the will of the board of the consent? Are we going to speak on item 2 that we pulled, or do you want to go ahead and?
We're gonna pull it just really quick. It'll be fast.
You want to
but
do that now, or do you want to wait until after the approval of the
We're gonna pull
consent?
it off with consent and make it a discussion item.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Let's approve the rest of consent and then do.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
Chair, before the board moves forward, just a point of clarification on item 21. This is the first step in the process, so this is conceptual approval. Staff doesn't proceed with modifying the zoning ordinance, which is where these fees are encoded, prior to board approving that work. So if you approve this item, staff will then move forward with the analysis. They'll bring back the red line. It will be a department matter where the board can further discuss and receive further public input.
Okay, all right. Okay. District 1?
No, thank you.
All right. District 5?
No.
Yep,
Right.
good.
Good. District 4?
Yeah.
I'm
So
good.
Kim's gonna read it.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Pull item 2 for discussion, and the chief administrative officer provided additional details that this was a conceptual approval for item number 21.
All right, let's bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So I guess we'll go ahead and talk about item 2.
Yeah.
All right,
This should be quick.
yeah.
Item number 2 comes from the Emergency Medical Services, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution which finds that the retainment of fiscal year 24-25 general fund contribution of $750,000 in discretionary transient occupancy tax to County Service Area 3 would create economic hardship for the residents of CSA 3 and waives the repayment in whole.
Emma, you want to step up? Thanks.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So we found this government code that says that the board with a 4/5 votes has to waive the repayment of any loan to a county service area. And technically, the 750,000 of discretionary transient occupancy tax that the board approved in the current year's budget could be considered a loan. So we're bringing this resolution to waive the repayment because these funds are very necessary in order for the stability of ambulance services up in the Tahoe Basin. So if you have any questions or
That was all I wanted the public to have an opportunity to hear, because it wasn't that clear in the staff report.
Right.
Because I remember when the board allocated the 750,000, I was like, that wasn't a loan, was my recollection, but the government code actually requires us to do it this way, which I'd never heard of before.
So that was my, one
Right.
of the questions. So when when the prior board allocated it in last June from the TOT, it was actually considered a loan at that point?
it was never considered
No.
a loan. It was a contribution to County Service Area 3 for ambulance services, but you could interpret any contribution to a county service area as a loan. So in an abundance of caution, we wanted to have the board approve this just to make sure there's no ambiguity that the board would need to repay, the CSA would need to repay this funding back to the
We did
general
not
fund.
intend for it
You
to
did
be a
not
loan,
intend
no.
to provide a refund, yeah.
Yeah,
okay, all
exactly.
right,
And
okay.
so that's why I was surprised to see this, because
Okay.
when we allocated it as a contribution,
Okay.
because that system's not sustainable right now. And so, but my understanding is we're bringing this item because of the government code,
Okay.
just for clarity, make sure the record's
Okay.
clean. So, yeah, it was a little bit surprising. And then also the auditor had sent in a comment, which I thought was a good point, and wanted to make sure that that got on the record too, that I think we should give direction for staff or maybe the EMS ad hoc
Mhm.
to look into, what the auditor suggested about the city of
Sharing the cost,
Tahoe.
yeah.
Yeah, sharing the
in those
cost, yeah.
ambulance service costs, which was like, oh yeah, I guess that does make sense. So those are the reasons I wanted to have the item pulled, and I'm sure Supervisor Laney had some thoughts
Yeah.
on that.
I know she's ready to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for the chance to discuss this item. I was going to, if nobody wanted to pull it, I was going to ask to make a comment on number 2 in any case. So thank you for the opportunity to clear things up. To Supervisor Ferrero, to your questions, the Cal Tahoe JPA, which runs the ambulance service up in the basin, CSA 3, they applied for funding through discretionary TOT based on impacts from tourism. And the interesting thing that I just kind of want to get on the record is the fact that in the wintertime, that is where we really see an uptick in ambulance calls. And most of that is due to the ski resorts, which all 3 ski resorts up in the basin are in the county. Not one of them is within the city limits. So they requested these funds based on impacts on tourism, and they were granted those funds. It's only because they happen to be a CSD that this CSA, thank you. You guys are CSDs down here, right? It's only because of an abundance of caution that we're dotting this I and crossing this T, but discretionary TOT for the impacts on tourism throughout all of its history, it was never alone. So this really is a semantic that we're just trying to clean up. Thank you for clearing that up, Supervisor Parlin. And then to our auditor's comments, Mr. Harn, I think that it is necessary to take a look at the fees that are contributed to the service and what the costs of those services are. I think going forward, that would be a good exercise to do, and I would support that.
So that's something that the EMS ad hoc would look at. Is that correct, CAO? Is that what you guys were thinking?
That's correct. And the fees were already underway. We're already
Okay.
looking at increasing the fees, and there was quite a significant fee that was implemented a couple of years ago. And it has
Right.
provided some relief that, in addition to having a more active role in our billing process. So we have been able to close the gap somewhat, but the system as it currently sits is not sustainable. And just a reminder that the county we're required, it's part of our requirement in this county is to provide the EMS services throughout the county. But I think the direction that we would like is whether or not to engage the city in contributing because the city and the county share in that responsibility.
To me, that
So the
makes
fee study, the
sense.
fees were already underway. I don't feel that we need that direction.
Okay, so you're thinking additional direction just to explore that and see if it makes sense. I think that's appropriate.
If that's the will of the board, yes.
Ron, you
Well,
have any-
yeah, I have mixed feelings about that. The city of Placerville has an ad valorem tax that contributes to CSA 7. We have property taxes, both in the unincorporated part of the county as well as all of our city residents. So it's not like we don't contribute to the system. So I'm not saying the city should or should not contribute. I'm saying let's take a look at it.
Yeah.
And see what works, because I also want to mention, and I know Supervisor Veerkamp understands this on a professional level, but the model that we have with the Cal Tahoe JPA is much cheaper model than what CSA 7 runs down here, in that you only need to be a paramedic to work on our ambulance system. My understanding is in CSA 7, you have to be a paramedic fire person. So the costs of running that system are a lot higher. Our costs are a little bit lower. I actually think is a much better model that I would like to see CSA 7 take a look at and see if it would benefit them. So I think we should look at all things at the same time.
Yeah.
And we
Brian?
will, but they've
Yeah.
already instituted that model down here, so they've cut costs tremendously, but we need to get all the statistics. We talked in depth about this yesterday with the CAO and Deputy Director Henneke or Assistant Director Henneke. And so we need the stats, we need the volume before we jump to any conclusions.
Right.
And then we'll bring back recommendations. to
And
the
we
board.
did peel back the onion back up in the basin because we had a fire paramedic model.
Right.
And so it doesn't lock you into that.
Nope. Nope.
So I think all options should be on the table.
Yeah, which is why I think when we created the ad hoc, it said countywide. So I really think that this is the way to go and explore everything.
EMS is changing. It's an ever moving target. So
Yep.
We got to keep up with it, and we're having those discussions.
So, okay, thank you,
All right,
Emma.
Thanks, Emma. Do I take public comment on this or no?
Yep.
Yes, okay, so I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 2. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Appreciate Supervisor Parlin for pulling this. The Taxpayers Association had asked that it be pulled. I want to draw your attention, though, to some of the discrepancies of which now you've elaborated on, and so I'm clear on that. It says under alternatives in Legistar, this is the staff's report, if the Board of Supervisors does not waive the repayment of the general fund loan, CSA 3 does not have sufficient funding to repay the loan of $750,000 within fiscal year 24-25. Any repayment of the loan would result in an economic or fiscal hardship for CSA 3. Failure to approve the waiver of the loan may result in the county being out of compliance with Government Code Section 25214.4. 4 times in the alternatives, staff has said loan, but now you're saying something different. In your action, I just want to make sure that there's clarity. And if staff needs to come up or CAO needs to comment, then I would appreciate that. The other part of it is that it tells in the staff report in a consecutive way, timeline, why the CSA was originally formed. It was for vector control. Ambulance services was added subsequently between then and now. And now it's become the primary thing of CSA 3. So I'm saying everybody agrees that it's a necessity. I don't hear anybody here. It's a 5-0, it's a necessity. But from the perspective of what do we do next, there's got to be some cleanup done. There's got to be some discussion on the board of where you want to take this. $750,000 could do a lot of positive things in this year's budget that obviously we're not going to have because it's going to go to this repayment of the loan. So I just wish that there was a better feeling about this in my own perspective. But certainly the perspective of the public is $750,000 could be better used this year in some other way, like pools. Thanks you.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Not taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Excuse me. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction. Thank you for the clarification on this. And then Mr. Payne brings up an additional item that perhaps needs some clarification. Yes, I do remember CSA 3 was mosquitoes and such back when I lived in the basin. And now it's like all government gotten bigger. But again, and also Supervisor District 5, thank you for that clarification and awareness that the ski resorts put quite the burden on there. And then the third ski resort is Kirkwood, because I recall that our people respond out there, and that's kind of a direct question. That is the third ski resort I believe you're referring to. But anyway, $750,000 here, $750,000 there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. Going back to Everett Dirksen and President Reagan. So let's keep track of all this and be transparent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Not taking public comment from iPhone.
Hey, good morning, guys. Tracy Doyle calling on behalf of the Patriots of El Dorado County PAC today. Thank you for the clarification at the beginning. My question, I think, really is, well, I have, I guess, a question and a comment. Why did this item come forward? Why would this JPA, I believe it is, why would they even think you would ask for money back that was allocated in the budget to them? It's just a little like, why? And then the other part was, are we setting a precedent for something here? So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Ryan Wagner.
The executive director for the Caltall JPA, in which this discussion is involved in. I appreciate your due diligence and securing that funding back into your CSA 3 account for the EMS service in South Lake Tahoe. And I would appreciate being involved in the future discussions, and I'm sure I will be. But thank you for kind of closing the loop on this, and I want to make myself available for any questions or comments and working through it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, CAO, you want to make a comment? Or you have any comments?
Was there anything in specific that
Well,
you?
No, I just thought maybe you wanted anything else to clarify or anything like that.
I think the board covered it, and I think Emma covered it as well. So this is, it's really a matter of cleaning up and complying with the government code.
Right, exactly.
You can go back and listen to the board item previously, and the intent was to provide the contribution to the system so that the system could continue providing the services that they need to provide. next time we'll do a much better job of explaining the history
you go.
on this
Okay.
item. So yeah,
All right.
apologize for the confusion
Okay,
that's created.
all right, thank you. All
Mr.
right.
Chair, I'll move item 2 for approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
so at this time, the board would like to move into the 9 o'clock AM time allocation, starting with item 27. Tim, would you please open it up, the item?
Item number 27 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board consider a request from the El Dorado Hills Community Service District to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution increasing development impact mitigation fees for Parks and Recreation by 2.6%. Supervisor Turnbull, could you please open up the hearing?
Yeah, at this time, I would like to open it up to public hearing.
Good morning, Board. Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. Today's hearing is to consider a request to revise development impact mitigation fees for El Dorado Hills Community Services District. The California Mitigation Fee Act provides for the establishment of fees on new development for the purposes of mitigating the effects of the development on existing public facilities. The Board of Supervisors adopts these fees on behalf of the special districts based on their nexus studies and their fee reports. The El Dorado Hills Community Services District includes a recommendation for an annual inflationary adjustment for calendar years 2023 and 2024. However, the Mitigation Fee Act requires that any requests to revise the fees must be made by resolution of the Board of Supervisors at a notice public hearing. The board has approved increases previously for calendar year 2020, 2021, and 2022. The approval of today's resolution would increase El Dorado Hills CSD fees by 2.6 in 2023 and 2.4 in 2024, based on the change in the annual consumer price index adjustment for those years. If approved by the board, the revised fees would become effective 60 days following the adoption of the resolution. Any questions?
All right, so bring back the board. Any questions or comments? All right, I'd like to move to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Unlike 21, where it was conceptual approval, these two items, this one that you're doing now, 27 and 28, the following item, are a public hearing. This will, by resolution, increase the impact mitigation fees for Parks and Recreation in the El Dorado Hills Community Service District. Certainly the language which ties these other actions prior to the annual consumer price index adjustment is important. There's very little you can do here on a discretionary basis to deal with this increase because of the way it's been written. And I realize that as a public person and an advocate for the public, that there's very little you can do. And I'll wait for my discussion on item 28. But to the point, with all of the politicking that's currently going on in the El Dorado Hills area, it's scary to think that we would bring this item forward. Scary meaning increasing fees is certainly something that I know you individually, because I've talked to you, don't like doing. And as I said earlier, it's kind of locked in. Greg, this is your area, and George, it's your area. So in my mind, I can accept it, but also I did want to make the public comment out here that it isn't pleasing. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Come on up.
Chair Turnbull, members of the board, happy to be here with you today. I would like to, I very much understood the gentleman's comments, and I think that we are all suffering from a healthy dose of a lot of politicking today. Nonetheless, I do want to remind all of us that are present online that the CSD was formed by the Board of Supervisors to provide services to the community. That includes, but is not limited to, Parks and Recreation. We also enforce CCNRs. We are also a franchise holder for waste management as well as cable. And so it's a reminder that while nobody here likes to have to talk about fees, really CPI increases are ministerial in duty. And unless the board has any other questions, I would like to separate out politics from our duty to provide the services that we do to the community of El Dorado Hills and actually the greater county. We're moving into the summertime where everyone is enjoying our splash pads, and we hopefully will have another one up soon. But I think between the county and the CSD, we are all pulling on the same rope of providing the best services that we can for everybody here in the county, not just El Dorado Hills CSD. I wanted to make that comment and thank you for your time, board. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before you step away, would you please state your name and your affiliation for the public record?
That was a rookie move, as we call it. Stephanie Jansen, Acting General Manager for the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. Sorry about that, Tiffany. Thanks for reminding me.
That's all right. Yeah. Steve, you got anything to say? Come on up. I know you do.
I'm Steve Ferry. I'm the president of the board of directors of the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. I had no plan to speak today. I will tell you this, as inflation goes on, 2% increases to all real estate numbers every year. We have the same issues there. We have issues with that we're going to come back to the county with some picking of land things that go back to a resolution from 1992. Those kind of things we need to do on a different platform. But I just thank you for your consideration today. Thank you very much. And I'll give you 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Okay. All right. You're done now. Okay. All right. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Oh, it's going to be a busy day. Kelly Nalavaya, a resident of El Dorado Hills. I really would have loved to hear, even if it's just your thoughts, approval, whatever, on our 2 representatives in El Dorado Hills, District 1 and District 2. Fully understand inflation, where if you read the resolution, which I hope you did, I think really what still gets me, and maybe this, I'm assuming since it's an attachment to the item, I can address it, is again the discrepancy on the different types of permits. We are looking at almost double in some cases where a single family residential are the people being punished. The everyday person who wants to build their modest little whatever sized home. And if it's in Serrano where we're talking about the mega homes, their rates are already half of what the single family residential is in an area that is not managed by Serrano. My assumption, I'm assuming, is because they create their own parks within their Golden Gates. But $14,178 for a single family residence versus age restricted, which is $8,200, which again, I don't buy this argument that age restriction means we don't use parks. I'm an age restricted category. I have a park around the corner from me and I take my grandkids there probably 3 times a week. As well as many of the other childcare providers of their grandchildren in my community. I also think and wonder when we're categorizing the multifamily residential and affordable housing in a different fee schedule and age restricted residential, the reason we don't have our developer friends there today is because that's their target. That's what we're moving towards in El Dorado County, is becoming Del Webb or the Villages or something like that. So I do struggle that, again, the person with the dream single family residential, small business. I know this is it looks like it's only applicable to residential consumers, not a commercial consumer, because I can't find anything about commercial in there. But I just, again, I'm struggling that we're just increasing fees, yet the real target is the single family, and making it almost impossible when you start adding all of the traffic and fees, the impact fees. Now we have additional CSD fees. that I guess is the goal, that we just no longer see single family building in our county, because that's what it sure feels like. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Yes, here's another increase in fees that is going to be carried on the back, as Kelly pointed out. More of the mom and pop sort of things. Also, just in general, this morning, if we can speak into our microphone so that we can hear it out at the far reaches of, say, the Triple Junction here, that would really be appreciated, because we don't have all the modern conveniences of home out here, but one of which is cell service. So if everybody can speak into the microphone, that would really help us folks listening out here in Zoom land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for any other comments or discussion.
Good.
You're good? Great.
I just want to point out and make sure I'm not mistaken. The CSD through resolution voted to increase these fees. So this is not an increase on our part. We're collecting the fees, distributing back to the CSD.
Right.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
their board voted for these.
Correct. Okay.
already.
All right.
Right.
I'll move the agenda item.
All right, I'll second it. Well,
George,
okay.
go ahead.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we'll move to item 28.
Item 28 is a hearing from Agriculture, Weights and Measures Department, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution replacing and superseding Resolution 393-2006 and 022-2013 to adopt the El Dorado County Agriculture Weights and Measures Fee Schedule effective July 1, 2025.
Good morning, Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner.
Mr.
Chair
Chair, will you open the
Turnbull,
public
Board,
hearing?
thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, open up the public hearing. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner. Thank you, Chair Turnbull and Board. I feel kind of nervous bringing a fee increase to you guys right now after what I've been hearing, but I am going to let you know that some of these fees have never been imposed by our department.
Yeah.
In surrounding jurisdictions, a pest control business license, you'll see that we're going from 45 to 75. Well, that's what SAC charges. That's what Placer charges. There's no reason that our county should be subsidizing that with general fund. So these are increases that the last time we came to the board was in 2013. We increased weights and measures fees that are, they have limits by law. We didn't even go to the maximum. We're now going to the maximum for those. That's in the Business and Professions Code. We have other mandated programs that we're mandated to go do inspections, but the state in their infinite wisdom gives us no funding for them. So we're starting to do things like certified farmers markets and certified producers. We're supposed to do inspections. We're charging a really nominal fee. We were $0. Other counties do time and materials, and I see them come through at over $1,000. Ours is $25. We're going to $50 for a farmer's market. I mean, these aren't going to recover our costs for doing an inspection, but they're going to start the process to get us there and help us in quite a few areas. As I was directed by the board to start to look at recovering fees and costs that, you know, the general fund is doing, that's what we've done here. We have a small farm certificate that we work with the ID on. We haven't, I mean, in the 20 plus years I've been here, it's been $100. It's a general fund subsidy right now because it cost us more than that. So we're taking it to $200. There may be some complaints, but it takes us hours to do these inspections and we need to get paid back for what we do. So on that, I'll
All right.
open it up to any questions.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any questions? Yeah.
No, sir.
All right. All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are
Thanks,
now
Ann.
taking public comments specifically regarding item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Bay, Diamond Springs. Where I've, in the past, this morning, made some comments that may be deemed a little on the negative side, I want to say something on a positive side. Nice job. There was a redlined attachment. Perfect. There was a narrative. Perfect. And there's been prior discussions that I know the Agricultural Commission's been party to and Agricultural Commissioner involved with before your board. So if you are new, it might be hard for you to understand what's going on here. But if you go back a couple of years and we've had discussions about how and why things are run the way they are, and all of the ranch marketing information and all the things that we've had before you where the staff has had to come in and explain things, you recognize that they're doing the job that you're requiring of them, or that the Agricultural Commission wants of them. So in a positive way, I'm going to defer the rest of my time. I just want to say thank you for being clear and transparent.
Right. Thank you. Any more in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Morning, board. Ken Greenwood. Love the red line. Leanne, very well done, as always. These are the kind of things I agree with Chris 100%. These kind of formats that we should see every time so that we know exactly what we're doing. And my one question here is, what is a sub-meter? They are electric, water, and vapor. Electric, I get it, maybe. Water, maybe. Vapor, ooh, what's going on there? It's not, real money, 120 per fee per location per year, up from 120 from 100. So not a huge increase. But anyway, what on earth is a sub-meter? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for any discussion or.
I'll move to approve the item.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you.
Thanks, Leanne.
All right, so the board will like to move to item, our 9:30 a.m. time allocation, which is on the agenda. Item 29, Kim, will you please open up the agenda item?
Item number 29 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the Behavioral Health Commission, recommending the board, 1, receive and file the 2024 annual report for the El Dorado County Behavioral Health Commission, and 2, receive a presentation from the Behavioral Health Commission regarding said annual report.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chair Turnbull and Supervisor Ferrero and all the other supervisors. I mentioned Supervisor Ferrero because he's on the Behavioral Health Commission, and I wanted to compliment him for participating monthly on the commission, and we appreciate you being there. Before I go into the PowerPoint presentation, I wanted to also thank my wife for typing up the report after I wrote it. And I wanted to also thank Ayla Miller. She's an administrative technician with the Behavioral Health Division of the MBSA team, and she took the information and put it into the PowerPoint form. You have the PowerPoint? I'm ready to proceed. So this is the 2024 Behavioral Health Commission's annual report. By the way, I am Jim Abram, and I am the chair of the Behavioral Health Commission. Moving forward with the next slide, the purpose and the role. Behavioral Health Commission is established under Welfare Institution Code 5604. Welfare Institution Code 5604.2 states the commission's duties to review and evaluate the community's mental health needs, services, facilities, and special problems. The commission serves in an advisory role to the Board of Supervisors. The Behavioral Health Commission bylaws were updated and approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 11th of 2025. The purpose of this revision was that the new 5604 requirements for the definition was the Behavioral Health Commission shall review and evaluate behavioral health needs, services, facilities, and special problems in any facility within the county or jurisdiction of the mental health or substance use disorder evaluation services are being provided. Next. Our objectives. Our objectives within 5604.2, review and advise the county agreements entered into pursuant to California Welfare Institution Code 5650. Advise the Board of Supervisors and the El Dorado County Behavioral Health Directors as any aspect of the local behavioral health program. Review and approve the procedures used to ensure citizen and professional involvement at all stages of the planning process as specified in WIC 5651. Review each qualified applicant for the position of the Behavioral Health Director and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. The commission shall be included in the selection process prior to the vote of the Board of Supervisors. This is actually taking place right now, and we'll be moving forward with that. Glad I'll be able to participate. Review and comment on the county's performance outcome data and communicate its findings to the California Mental Health Planning Council. Our membership is listed on the next slide. And we had quite a few members coming and going last year. I was the chair last year. Norma Santiago from South Lake Tahoe was the vice chair, is this year also. John Taylor was the vice chair for the West Slope last year. He still is this year. Catherine Hamilton was the secretary. Wendy Thomas, previously from the board, was serving on our commission. And then our rest of our commissioners are listed there. I wanted to mention that Lauren Summermotor, commissioner from 124 to 621, she was from the Youth Council. The second half of our year, Emilio Leo Frazee and Sophia Summermotor were from the Youth Council on our commission. They have all graduated and moving on, but we do have a great possibility already lined up for the coming year. What we do, page 5. In 2024, the commission held 11 monthly commission meetings, all open to the community members. Each month, the commission heard and reviewed program service presentations and updates. Each month, the commission reviewed and discussed Behavioral Health Division's monthly update report. All meeting agendas items were allowed for public comment. Page 6 is the presentations and the updates we listened to. I'm not going to review all of those, but they're there for you to take a look at. In case you might have a question on, I can answer them. Page 7 is we had ad hoc committees. An ad hoc committee is a temporary committee formed by a government body to address a specific issue. In February, our ad hoc committee membership committee was formed to process an onboarding of new members. In March, our ad hoc evaluation committee to review behavioral health needs, services, and facilities. In June, the ad hoc committee to participated in the Department of Healthcare Services Transformation Proposition 1 listening sessions. The new BHSA plans coming forward, and DCHS the Division of Department of Healthcare Services provided listening sessions, which some of our commission members participated in. We completed the data notebook. We had an ad hoc committee for that. In September, we had a nominating committee for the 2025 officers. Our accomplishments in 2024, Mental Health Service Act, annual public hearing, 3 BHC substantive comments were included. We had a presentation of the Behavioral Health Commission's annual report to the Board of Supervisors about the same time last year. The BHC Ad Hoc Evaluation Committee report was in 2024. One was on the Casa El Dorado, court-appointed Special Advocates Children Full Service Partnership Project. And in addition, we did Juvenile Services Project by the Stanford Youth and Family Services. That was in September 2024. The Behavioral Commission review and approve the updated bylaws forwarded to the Board of Supervisors for approval in November of 2024. Ongoing challenges. Behavioral Health Division vacant clinician and support position vacancies of March 2025. It's listed that the manager of mental health services, this was written from data in April, here we are in June. It said the manager of mental health, managers of mental health services was 50%. The mental health clinicians were 66%. As of this month in our BHD, the Behavioral Health Division's monthly update, the numbers are 0% vacancy in the mental health manager position, and it is gone from 66% vacancy mentioned in this PowerPoint, and it's reduced down to 52%. So those are positive things related to the systems implementation plan that was provided back in March of 2024. The plan is starting to take effect. Assistant Director Dill has been doing a great job in finding ways to bring the vacancy rates down for the positions at the Behavioral Health Division. And I think progress is being made. The clinician number from 66 to 52% is really, really good. There's been some new clinicians being brought on board. I think that's awesome. We are all happy to hear that report. In June 2025, there was new hires on the West Slope, a manager for mental health programs, the intensive case management program, and a West Slope manager for the mental health programs, which is about access, crisis, and children's services. So some of the big voids that were big gaps in services is being filled. Also, in that statement with those numbers, continue to review the need of lower client to clinician ratios. As these numbers, vacancy numbers decrease, the caseloads for our clinicians will be less overwhelming. They've been overworked up until now for the last several years. So that's a good thing. I really think that's a positive thing that's happening. We're also challenges the impacts of Proposition 1, the Behavioral Health Service Act, on deliverable mental health and substance use disorder services. It's slowly becoming a bit clearer what's going to really be required by the new BHSA Proposition 1 plans. Of course, there's a 30% change in funding, 30% taken out of the old MHSA plan and placed into housing rather into the new BHSA plan. So that's going to be a challenge for keeping all our programs funded and moving forward with that. And the commission's constantly asking and trying to learn more about it ourselves. There's 3 modules that have been put out by the DHCS that is giving a clue as to what may be required, but it probably won't be till next year when we really get to see the true picture unfold. So for the 2026 rollout of July for the BHSA plan. So the commission's sees it a challenge, and we're trying to keep up on it as much as we can. Need for transitional housing. With this new plan coming out, one of the emphasis is on providing more homeless housing. And so obviously we need more. And how much of an impact that 30% will be, since it's proportionally distributed per population of counties, is going to be interested, and we'll have to see what kind of impact that can have. Acquiring new commission members. Right now, we, with the two student youth commissioners leaving, we're down to 7 commissioners. We have a total of 11 commissioners. Like I said, there's 1 coming on board. And so I've been trying, but there's certain requirements we have to meet. We have to have somebody from the Department of Education, who I was able to bring on board through the help of Matt Smith from the Department of Education. And, but we need some new members. We really do. We, I'm 74, and some of our other members, we are all, we need some young people to come on to the commission. And one of my concerns is, in the past, I've been involved in the commission since 2012 or something like that. We had an equal, almost an equal balance between the South Lake Tahoe members and the West Slope members. And now we're just have 1 member in South Lake Tahoe. And I've been asking different folks that meet with the community, say, can you maybe help me out, find somebody? The Board of Supervisors is part of the Behavioral Health Commission in the instance that Welfare Institution Code says this county has to have a Behavioral Health Commission. So Supervisor Lane, if you have any way you could reach out in your community, I'd appreciate it. We need to keep South Lake Tahoe involved. When we revised the bylaws for the commission a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, there was two commissions. There was a South Lake Tahoe Behavioral Health Commission and a West Slope Behavioral Health Commission. We merged them. And my concern, I was chair for 5 years back before 2019 or thereabouts. And my concern was always to make sure it was an equal distribution, so everybody, all areas were represented. So hopefully, and the other supervisors, we want anybody. We would like people out of any of the districts that you may know or hear of that have concerns about mental health services. And that's a way, people that complain, you might hear from them, or they don't like what the services they're getting, and point them in my direction. And the Board of Supervisors, clerk of the board, collects the applications. On the end of this PowerPoint, it's there for them. So enough said. And I have commission membership meeting Welfare Institution Code. I think we're getting close. 50% of the thing has to be family members and consumers. We have to have a veteran. We have to have the Department of Education. We have to have someone under 25, a youth under 25 years of age, and some other qualifications. But we're there, but I would like to see Tahoe. I sure would like to get somebody, at least 1 more person from Tahoe. So reviewing of government documents. In November, the Behavioral Health Commission reviewed and updated bylaws to meet the January 21st, 2025 verbiage requirements for 5604. And it was approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 11th, 2025. Our goals, as of course, to hold monthly public behavioral health commission meetings, continue to review and evaluate the mental health and substance abuse disorder services in El Dorado County, hold educational presentations of the behavioral health services to provide consumers by the Behavioral Health Division, hold informative Behavioral Health Service Act plan updates, and work collaboratively on providing necessary deliverable services programs to consumers of El Dorado County, mental health and substance abuse services. I want to also say that the whole MHSA BHD team is always provides our commission with very good support, and I enjoy working with them. And that is just about everything I had. Page 12 is just somebody wants to contact us. There's information on page 12.
All right. So bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments at this time?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Try to make it quick. Jim, I've known you for a long time,
Yes.
so I hope you know I mean this in a very constructive manner.
Yes.
But one of the objectives here says to advise the Board of Supervisors to any aspect of local behavior health program. Do you
Yes.
feel there's a mechanism to do that? Because I feel with several of our committees in the county, there's a disconnect. They say in their, objectives that they are to advise the board, and yet when do we have that?
You know, that's a good question.
I know, and
our
I-
the procedural aspects of our commission is oftentimes we have these items on the agenda. And if you look at them all, lots of times we don't take action. They're all almost informational. And recently, in the last few months, my concern was that all of our things were presentations and never listed as an action item. And there were a few times when I would say, well, what would you like to do? Do you want to, but it was not listed in our agenda as an action item. So there was a couple times on things that would be presented where we could have commented or taken action, and we couldn't. Our hands were tied by Brown Act. And
Yeah, we know that one.
it was a mistake on more than, I wouldn't say a mistake, more like an oversight. But yes, many of these things on page 6 of that PowerPoint, I mean, there's lots of good stuff there. And the commission's, I mean, we're probably as informed as anybody about the Behavioral Health Division. And each year we have new presentations. I mean, we were having presentations. We had the PERT team, which is the sheriff's who works with we have a clinician, they go out on psychiatric crisis calls and see how, if the people need 5150 treatment or not, we could have moved that forward there, but it was a presentation. We discussed it at our meeting, and then that's about how it goes. But I understand your question, and I would, some of these items weren't
Right, and that was
Were
when I
action
looked at
items
all
and
the,
some were. So
you guys
that's,
had a lot of good presentations, and I'm guessing you had some thoughts on it, and maybe
yes,
it says your objectives are to advise the board if you have concerns or
yes.
anything,
Well,
and I'm
you
like,
know,
when are we gonna get those? That's all.
not to put any, but we have a supervisor on the commission, and Greg listens, and he's there, he's attentive, he asks questions, he's there. And he's your representative, and there's no reason why once in a while he could just give I know you guys have supervisor updates. So I've done this, I've done that, do kind of thing. That'd be one way, just to say, well, if the commission talked about these things and these were their concerns. But I always read that one, just
Yeah.
like you read
I
that
know,
one.
and
And
maybe
I
we can
go,
just work on
we don't
that.
do that much,
Yeah.
I don't see that. So
Okay.
that's my answer.
Well, I appreciate it. And I think you're right. We just need to maybe formalize something so that the information goes. We have a lot of those committees where I don't feel we have a formal mechanism. And so if you guys are talking about concerns there, I'm not going to hear it,
Okay,
and
but
that's
you would hear it
when.
because we have an agenda just like you do. And
Yeah.
it's on Legistar just like yours is. And our agenda is listed, and every month, if you were interested and, hey, what's the commission doing?
Right.
And you look at our agenda, you say, oh, that's interesting. And then the next month on our agenda, we have our minutes, and it tells what we talked about. But even though it's not sent directly to you, it's
Right.
available to you folks who supervise.
So does that have you guys don't just have action agenda minutes, you actually have descriptive minutes?
We have minutes like yours.
No, ours are only say how we voted. They don't say what we
Well,
talked about.
they're a little more, that's been a debate we've had about our
see, there you
minutes
go.
too.
Okay.
The commission has not been thrilled with just how we voted. So there are remarks included in our minutes.
Okay.
I mean, there's more conversation than the remarks, but.
So this is something we can work on with Supervisor Ferrero,
Yeah.
especially since he's our rep right now.
Yeah, I could probably include a little bit more when I say, instead of saying, hey, I attended that Behavioral Health Commission, maybe
Report out. if
yeah,
you hear
report out
anything
on
from
any,
the
like,
commission.
the transition to the BHSA and the funding and, as we know, the answer to everything in the state is just build more houses, whether it's, for behavioral health people, homeless, drug addicts, it's,
Yeah.
but it's gonna.
There's
cut-
some good
cut
things
their
happening,
programs.
and they're happening this year, like SOAR's on our agenda. And that's, Assistant Director Deal with SOAR. There's a new grant that came, and the grant has been given to El Dorado County to take the old juvenile hall building and transform it into the PUF. And it'll be a much better facility than the old aging, one
Yes.
flush away PUF that there is now. So that's a good thing that's happening. And that was and it's on our presentation tomorrow night, is a full presentation on it tomorrow night. And then, we had the regional response process. We have the new crisis response team that you folks heard something about because it was approved by the Board of Supervisors. So we have the things that we hear, you do hear.
I don't
Some
think
of
we
them
hear
are-
your
but
conversation, but my point is,
some
if
are
you guys
brought
have
to you, yes.
concerns, that's
Yeah.
all. Because I know in the past, you and I have talked, before I was a county supervisor, we used to talk about stuff quite often. So I just think that maybe some kind of formal mechanism so that those concerns, and we could put that burden on Supervisor
Yeah.
Ferrero for now.
You can also watch the meetings too.
Well, like, I could give you some
No,
of my meeting
No,
assignments.
I know,
so,
but I
um,
mean, the information,
The
Yeah.
meetings are
And the minutes
recorded,
and
just like your.
they're
meetings are
recorded.
We do not all watch everybody else's meetings, Jim. We do not have the capacity
I
to
know
do
that.
that, and we report
I know
out.
that,
That's why
you
we
know,
report out.
I'm
stuff.
just the chairman, and this is the chairman.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the Lone Ranger doing it all,
Right.
And so for me I wrote this report. I did in our ad hoc committees, I went and interviewed CASA and Stanford Youth and wrote the reports. So it's not like, and I could write another report, I guess, or a summary of what we did, but, and have it submitted to you, and then I have to go through the channels. And
Well, maybe during your meetings, if there's an item
Yeah.
of concern, say Supervisor Ferrero, will you carry that back to the board? That would be simple enough.
and
I think that would make sense.
yes, and right now I'm thinking, how can I get this to you? And I'm gonna talk to Jim about the possibilities of doing it, not him doing it, but
No.
what avenues we could have to do it. He's our current acting BHD director for a while. Hopefully not a long time. He has a lot more to do than just that. But, yeah, I understand your question, and maybe I could, if I get a few more members, maybe one of them would like to participate in that capacity.
That would be very cool.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. Right now, I'm kind of the guy that,
And
Yeah.
thank you for volunteering and coming back. I know you
Yes.
took a hiatus, and
Yeah.
I'm always happy to see you.
yeah,
so.
I had to come back. I was watching what was going on. I said, yeah, I got to come back. I missed it, and I felt like maybe I could help out, so I came back. And one last thing I want to say is, we aren't up here asking for any money or any rate increases or funding increases, because guess what? The Behavioral Health Department's funded by others, and it's not an impact on your general fund. So I think ongoing, we're going to have some challenges with BHSA, and we're going to have to figure out how to use that money to make things at least as good, if not better. And that's the big challenge coming up in the next year and a half. I plan on being around for all that. And that's my report. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Jim, just want to say, been attending the meetings for the last, I guess, 5 or 6 months, and you as a volunteer, extremely passionate. The meetings are well run, they're professional. And I want to thank you and thank Dr. Clavier also, who's also a commissioner, and you guys are donating your time. And
Yeah.
so I just want to appreciate.
Well, I have a personal passion on the thing.
I know you do.
Yes, you
That's
do.
really good.
And I appreciate you guys listening, and thank you. And if y'all ever want to know anything about what we're doing, you can find me pretty easy. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Jim.
you, Jim.
All right, so at this time, I'll open it up to public comment. Anybody in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Strings. This will be quick.
Hey, Chris, can you move the mic? I got a text that you guys are hard to hear up there. Just
Like that?
Or
yes,
raise
hopefully.
it, raise it.
Yeah,
up a
maybe
little
raise the
bit.
table.
Yeah, raise the table.
I don't know that I've ever done this height. Okay.
There it goes.
All right.
Thanks. We can hear you, but
Okay.
public can't.
Hopefully this will help.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Parlin, I went to their Legistar item and wow, this is the first time I've ever been here and saw how Jim has represented it very clearly. I didn't realize there were 11 commissioners. That's a large group and that there's 4 vacancies currently. So they're operating kind of without the commissioners probably necessary or representing people of the public. They're not there because there's vacancies. Also, I noted you participate
A little bit.
a little bit, okay. But these are smart individuals that understand their business. They're providing services to us, the public. And I want to thank him and his presentation. I thought it was very, very good, but I wanted to highlight those things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. All right, anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Zoom to participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon. Very personal topic here. I will be sending in another application now that I have a new supervisor. Just wanted on the record that I've applied twice to be on this commission under John Heidel. I think they don't want people that actually question what we're doing in terms of mental health and substance abuse and the many, many ways we are ineffectively just throwing millions of dollars at things like the Shemaiah Holistic Center and things like that. Background, mother of an addict, had the privilege of becoming certified under John, was a nationally recognized specialist located in the Fair Oaks, Sacramento area with youth and adolescents addiction. Unfortunately, he has passed away, but it's Jon Daly. Very, very respected, very, very pragmatic on how are we addressing this issue called addiction. It's not pretty all the time. And it's not things like, oh, let's give you a place to live, or let's give you an opportunity to sit in a circle and talk about your feelings. It's very hard. It's very complex. And it takes more than what we're offering, which is a lot of times why it's not working. And we see overdoses after overdoses, and having Narcan in your pocket is not going to necessarily help if you're having an overdose. Also started the first Family Anonymous chapter. Couldn't find a place to meet in El Dorado County, by the way, that was reasonably located. So we met at Oak Hills Church in Folsom. There's a lot of families that need to know, how can I get support in dealing with my child, my teen, my young adult, or even my adult family member? Family Anonymous is focused on more of the under 25 parents are still engaged. So, I will do that again. I love the idea of this commission, but I'd like to see a little bit more efficiency on what we're doing. And I think that less is more when it comes to mental health and addiction. Dual diagnosis is also the biggest lie in the world, because we just love to throw that diagnosis in mental health. But a lot of times you're having some mental health issues because you're doing drugs. And sometimes it's as simple as that. So I look forward. I'm not gonna, I have not been as engaged in the meetings. I do catch them online every once in a while, but I am definitely now putting that on my priority list. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Colin.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so this is a non-action item, but I'll bring it back to board. If any other comments you would like to make or anything? All right. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to request a 5-minute break before we start our 10 o'clock, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, all right.
Heckin'.
It's aging out.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So we'll move to our 10 a.m. time allocation. Item number 30, DOT Henningsen Lotus Multi-Use Trail Project.
Item number 30 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions related to the Henningsen Lotus Road Multi-Use Trail Project Capital Improvement Program. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act Initial Study and Mitigated Negative Declaration. 2, approve the project as described. And 3, adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting measures.
Good morning, Board. Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director of Engineering, Department of Transportation. Yes, we're here for the Lotus Multi-Use Trail from Henningsen Park to State Route 49. It's a safety and multimodal project that'll be a great asset to our county for the visitors and safety of the county. This project, I think, was initially mentioned to me by retired Parks Manager Vicki Sanders and Senior Planner Dan Bolster. And we continue to have support from the Parks Department and our Transportation Commission, and a growing continuous support from the community. You know, I think it was about 20 years ago, Chris Payne said to me, Matt, times are changing. We need to do limited impact design. And that's exactly what this project is, a limited impact design. And we're very fortunate to have CMAQ funding, congestion mitigation, and air quality funding from our Transportation Commission for the planning, environmental, and design phase. There is no right-of-way funding on this project because of the limited impact design. This is a great deal. We've been able to avoid impacts such as right-of-way, speed up by 1 year the delivery, and lessen the project cost. And these factors can score us more points on a competitive grant for the construction, hopefully in the near future. We have a talented project manager on this project who grew up in the area, actually, ran cross country and rafted, John Balzer. And John is optimizing this design also with a hillside cantilevered trail sections where the embankment gets very steep and we couldn't fit the trail on the shoulder. This is a technique also used on highways such as the Summit at Tahoe, where it crosses. That's called the hillside viaduct. This will be a hillside trail. And we're going to use concrete boardwalks, similar to what we've been working with our partner engineering team up in Tahoe on some of those beautiful trails they've been doing up there. We like to utilize some of the methods we've used over the years, and John's optimized this design and will continue to as we get over this CEQA step, and then we move into the final design. So I'll let John do the presentation. He has a brief PowerPoint about the project.
Thank you very much, Matt. Good morning, Board. I'm John Balzer, El Dorado County DOT. And I'm going to briefly share with you a little bit. Let me see if I can raise this.
Yes, good plan.
Yeah, thank you. Try not to bend over too much. I'll briefly share with you a little bit about the project as well as the CEQA ISM&D that's brought before you today. So this project's been around a while, like Matt mentioned. We've got actually if you look at the screen, a number of different studies that have spoken about this project dating back over 10 years. 2014's Henningsen Lotus Concept Report started to talk about the need for some pedestrian and active transportation features to connect Henningsen Lotus Park with the community of Coloma. That was the further refined through a Coloma mobility study, and then again in an active transportation report, and it would continue to be refined to lead to the project that we've got here today within the ISM&D document. Everything that I'm going to share with you, by the way, you'll see at the end is also part of the website. We've got a website link within El Dorado County's webpage. So if there's ever any questions, any information, there are links within that website. We'll show it at the end of the report. As you can see too, we've had a number of different public outreach meetings. There's about 5 of them that are shown there through the CMAQ grant that Matt spoke about. There was a number of meetings through design. There's meetings also that further work their way through the environmental process that we're in and bringing before you today. And as we've stepped through that progression, we've done that recognizing the importance of the community of Coloma and the many different stakeholders there collectively that you'll see that really has been the culmination of the project that we're going to bring before you today. Next slide, please. And it goes without saying, it's a special area, it's a special project, and there's a lot of unique users within the area of Coloma that really paint the picture of this project. It's about a half-mile long. It will connect Henningsen Lotus Park with Coloma, ultimately tying into Caltrans improvement features that they put in within State Route 49. And really, this project seeks to not only provide those pedestrian and bicycle features that will help provide that continuity, but also tie into the other features that reside within the Lotus, Henningsen Lotus area. Namely, there's a lot of recreation within the river community there. So there's a lot of different user needs because obviously to access the river, that user has a very different need than a pedestrian or a bicyclist. So there's a lot of different things to juggle. Luckily, those earlier studies they start to paint a picture of the need that we would ultimately take on and further evaluate the details thereof. So this project, again, it's almost a half-mile long. It ties into these nature trails that I was speaking of. It ties also in the State Route 49's improvements. And as Matt had opened, one of our main goals really was to minimize impacts. We have an opportunity to utilize some of the shoulder there along Lotus Road, as we're going to get into in a moment. It's not only an opportunity, it's important that we really sharpened our pencils to look at low impact development because there's a lot of sensitive habitat and sensitive features around this area of the park. Next slide, please. So as an overview, and you can kind of see it there in the background, our alignments really coincide with a lot of what was spoken about within those earlier reports. Really to run it or to utilize the existing shoulder. And then as you're going to see in a moment, utilizing a lot of boardwalk systems. So Supervisor Lane, I'm sure you're very familiar because we've had quite a few within Tahoe, and it also provides a unique and very nice aesthetic for the area that we can further build upon, recognizing that the last thing we want to do is build something that didn't belong in Coloma, but perhaps something that could provide a nice view shed of the river. Utilize some of the existing features that are there, and then provide some of those safety enhancements for the users. And as Matt had opened with, we've got grant funding that gets us up to the point of construction, which you'll see in a moment, is really where our focus will be after environmental is finding those construction funds. And to do all this, it keeps us above the high water mark. And that was a big deal. I'm sure everybody here is pretty familiar with Henningsen Lotus Park, some of the earlier floods that had occurred at that park, and understanding that trails that do get within those river edges do face the problem or the challenge of trying to put something in that would be subject to not only sensitive habitat, but flooding conditions. This solution, however, keeps it up at the roadway and away from those flooding areas. Next slide, please. This is an overview of a lot of the mitigation measures. It's a summary of them that you would find in the ISM&D. These mitigation measures, I'll say this at the start, they're pretty standard, but really because we sharpen the pencil, a lot of these are avoidance measures to minimize and not touch or not impact those habitat features more than necessary. And so because we've sharpened the pencil, we've been able to really utilize a lot of the existing infrastructure that's out there. So we really looked at oak trees. In fact, if you walked it today, you'd find that there was a very robust survey of the oak trees done that was pulled within the design. Biological resources, you can see them there, that we're seeking to try to minimize impact to. Cultural resources, as I'm going to get into in a moment, we've had a lot of discussion and coordination, both with state parks as well as with the tribe, to make sure that we not only not impact them, but provide something that helps continue to build upon a lot of the improvements that were done in Coloma, including our Mount Murphy project that's just a short ways away. Geology and soils, hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality. Again, these items are less of a concern by keeping this project up along the roadway shoulder. Noise, and we did look at what kind of equipment we would be using, sensitive receptors, and that's another one that we will be continuing to look to mitigate. Transportation and wildlife, of course, with fire protection. So it goes without saying that the project benefits by keeping it up along the roadway because a lot of these items are less of a concern by keeping it where it is. The next slide, please. And as I mentioned in the beginning, this is just a aerial overview just to provide a little bit of of a context, and I think everybody here is very familiar with Coloma, but for anyone that isn't, to look at some of the neighboring activity centers, look at the community of Coloma and where this project is. And this is really a continuation project. This is a project to help link some of those community centers and recognize that there's opportunities to integrate with not just the existing features and project needs, but also the different user groups, both the tribes, state parks, and a lot of the different community that makes up the Coloma area, Coloma Lotus area. Next slide, please. So as an overview, this is actually a picture out of the drawing zoomed in of parking. We did recognize that there's a lot of parking that's utilized, especially by folks that do go to Henningsen Lotus or frequent the South Fork of the American within that area. And so we are seeking to preserve and enhance those pull-out areas. One thing that we did look at, you can actually see a truck turning or a vehicle turning exhibit there, is making sure that in the areas we do provide and designate that parking, that we have safe access to get on and off the roadway so that folks aren't being asked to back out into Lotus Road on blind turns. And so this project trail does actually preserve those two pull-out areas where we can do this and give some of that demarcation to make sure that folks are utilizing them safely, as well as provide that trail access both to the pull-outs as well as to the nexus points of the trails and stuff that go into those pull-out areas. There's also some potential for crosswalk improvements. We've been coordinating that with Caltrans. And as you're going to see later on, there's potential with this project. I know that was one of the comments from the community that came out a few times. This project is really, I'm just a relay in a big race. This project has been around a long time. I'm fortunate enough to come and share it today, but it precedes me by a lot. And that goes without saying that there was a lot of community support that I'm sure you guys probably saw in some of the support letters. And one of the questions that was commonly asked is, can we do more? Can this be a further continuation? And as you'll see later on, the state park and Caltrans have also asked some of that, recognizing that they have their own facilities on State Route 49 that we tie into. And there's a bigger community that we should be able to integrate between our agencies. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the boardwalk system that Matt had alluded to. And so we have, if you look at this approximately half mile of multi-use trail, almost half of it is going to be boardwalk systems. And one of the big reasons why is what Matt had alluded to at the start of this, which is really looking for opportunities to minimize impact and keep the trail up on a shoulder where there's areas of Lotus Road we don't have a shoulder. We have the right of way. So could we minimize the ground disturbance and minimize the need for doing work down within those waterways? And so we do have boardwalk systems where we don't have embankment to provide it. It also provides a wonderful viewing opportunity, and it builds upon a lot of the boardwalk system features and design that has been seen up in Tahoe, used quite a bit frequently. But really, again, by utilizing this tool, it not only minimizes impacts to the habitat and the waterways, it keeps things also within that right of way. Next slide, please. So this is kind of when I started. This is a snapshot, a schedule of where we're at. This can also be found in on our website. So after environmental, we don't have any right-of-way acquisition needs. We have a little bit of coordination with Caltrans, both as part of a CIP project and grant obligation. We have really the biggest piece that will drive this schedule. We're targeting a construction period of 2026, 2027 is going to be obtaining that construction funding. And we have identified, we're in that process of doing so, some grant opportunities. Project has a lot of support, a lot of momentum behind it. But that will really be the next big step to making this project a reality. And as that last bullet point suggests there, and I mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of discussion, especially as this project has evolved, for opportunities to extend this project so that this is another step forward for the community, but by no means the last step. Last slide, if you would. And this is just a snapshot of the website. It's been a great tool. I know it's not always the easiest to find sometimes, but there's opportunities. If there's ever any questions or the community ever wonders, there's email addresses and phone numbers, and there's links to all the presentations that have been given and any of the upcoming stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So bring it back to board. Any comments or questions?
Of course.
I know you would.
So, over the last several years, well, actually, when I got in office, the Transportation Commission did the Coloma Lotus Sustainable Walkability, whatever you call it. And this was one segment in there. And so, and then since that time, I actually tried walking on Lotus Road and we had to dodge cars. It is terrifying right now. There is no shoulder. So this is a much needed, I think the community is very appreciative. Yes, they're here. Of this project moving forward. And I sent a statement to the clerk to include in the minutes because I just wanted to reflect for when I'm not here any longer in this chair that, not forever, but in the chair, that I want the record to reflect my appreciation to DOT and the Transportation Commission for working with the private property owners in the area to address their concerns about accessibility to their property. I mean, that's critical. And also because of these discussions, and it included Caltrans and state parks, now they're looking at an additional separate project into the Marshall Gold Park. So lots of good stuff going on there. Very supportive. Appreciate, because we had a lot of meetings, not just the big public meetings, the one with the rainbow. Were you guys there the day the rainbow came over the park? It was amazing. You were there, Matt, remember? Yeah, it was the sequel meeting and the rainbow came out and I went, all right, this is an omen. We got to do this project. So it was cool. But anyway, I just want to thank you guys and thank the board for support and getting this project moving along. So.
All right. Okay. Anybody else has any questions? Nobody? All right. So I'll open it up to, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So what are the funding options going to be? And is it realistic that you're going to be able to get this funding to start the project in 26, 27?
There's a number of different funding opportunities that we have. We've had some success with some different state park funds, especially within rural class 1 trail systems that we've had, especially with the opportunities with Caltrans. That opens up other funding opportunities as well, especially as we start talking about extending within their infrastructure and their right-of-way. And this is really part of that. And there's also a number of active transportation funds, and we have continued to pursue those. Those are sometimes challenging in a rural community like ours, but it also goes without saying, and I know I'm a believer in this project, so that will come out sometimes, but this is a unique active transportation area. There aren't a lot of projects that are going to be in Marshall Gold Discovery Park. They're going to have recreation users mixed in with pedestrians and bicyclists. And so the project has had a lot more attention, has had a lot more discussion, has had discussion outside of just our agency. And so that's opened up a lot more doors. And I think it's a very realistic goal to keep those 2026, 2027 dates out there.
And is it 1.5 miles?
It's about a half mile of this project. So this project's about 2,300 feet. And it really is, it starts at Henningsen Lotus and it ends at State Route 49, tying into the sidewalk and class 2 bike lanes at State Route 49.
Okay. And when you talked about the floodplain, did you plan for like the 50-year event or the 100-year event?
So we did a couple things. We, number one, looked at the ordinary high water mark. And that was part of that environmental process. We also integrated our mapping with the state's mapping because they did the State Route 49 bridge replacement project. And so we were able to incorporate the high water mark that they had, both looking at their 100-year as well as the FERC high water marks that are within those GIS layers. And so we looked at a culmination of those items as we went through. There's also a number of different culvert points and waterways that are being intercepted by Lotus Road that go down there and have sensitive habitat tied to them. So we looked at a culmination of those.
And, I certainly share the enthusiasm of the community that let's not just stop here, let's build this, but then let's keep going. And I think that there's great success in connecting, and two other agencies as well. You mentioned Caltrans, where they have connections, make sure that you make those happen, because that's the trick in trying to make a network like this and take vehicles off the road and get rid of some of that pollution that comes with it, and providing alternative ways for people to access recreation. It's beautiful. Love it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
All right.
it's a great project. I actually ride my bike up there. My only complaint is if you could extend it to Green Valley.
Yeah.
I mean, Green Valley.
Yeah, that would be nice, yeah.
That's gonna be nice.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Yeah. All right. So, any more questions? Okay, I'll open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Formerly, I was on the Parks and Rec Commission under Supervisor Beerkamp. This project, as Matt alluded to, goes back many, many years. Before Lori became a supervisor, she was still interested in the Lotus Coloma Valley. And certainly this is one of those that if we got it built would conclude a long-standing need. Parks and Rec Commission recognized this back in my time. I'm certainly, they're not here today representing themselves, but I could probably say that they've talked about this project and others that would be in the area. Matt and John have talked about, this is just a half a mile. It's just a piece. But you know what it reminds me of, Supervisor Lane? 28, going around the East Shore, and all of the money that has been spent in order to improve the pedestrian accessibility, bikes and pedestrian accessibility, and the features that they had to build in order to evade the environmental impacts. They were tremendous. And that is a beautiful facility that we have there currently. And people, massive amounts of people are using it. This little piece could be essentially tying all of this to the new bridge there on 49, and certainly would, for the time that we would have it available, would be very, very significant. So I know you're going to support this, but I just wanted to make a few comments. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. No, that's okay.
Maybe you have to lower it. Is that good?
Yep.
That's
Okay.
good.
I'm Veronica Boyd, Lotus, Coloma Lotus, California. I am so in support of this project. I just want to tell you that I co-own Marco's Cafe with my husband. I'm an acupuncturist in El Dorado Hills, so I commute down Lotus Road 3 times a week. I am the market manager for the Coloma Lotus Farmers Market that we started, and I serve on the board of the Gold Discovery Parks Association. My typical day, if I have a day off, in the summer, especially with my son, I will meet at Henningsen Lotus Park. We will bike around the loop, and then I'll hand him off to Justin, and then I'll meet a friend and I'll walk the trail from Marco's through the park again, across the street by the playground, and then I'll hike Monroe Trail up to the state park. I'll come down, I'll hang out in the state park, I'll dip in the river, and I'll go all the way back. And then if I have time, I will go all the way down and head out to the river shack to get a sandwich. So I want to say that happens as much as possible, and I'm not the only one. There's a huge group of us that are always using the sidewalks. We're hanging like on the side of Lotus Road. We're terrified. In front of Marco's, which is like a new location, pulling in and pulling out is terrifying. There's 3 toddlers that live across the street. There's 3 children that live right next door, and there's plenty of kids around there. So yes, I would obviously love it continued on as far as possible. But anyway, I just wanted to put a face to my letter and tell you how I use our community, which is gorgeous and lovely, and save as many trees as you can.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Veronica.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak on this item? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Crystal Center.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to have some comments at this time. We submitted a community letter with some general comments about how we see this trail being a huge value to the community, but I also kind of like Supervisor Parlin and Veronica want to share a personal anecdote about why I think this trail would be incredible for our community. I am a Coloma Lotus resident for over the past decade. I have a professional practice in Placerville. I have 3 children and have a large community of friends in the Coloma Lotus Valley, all of whom, without fail, would love to have more access and public access to outdoor resources and the beautiful things that we have in the valley. So about 10 years ago, I had my first son and I had just moved up here. And I was used to living in a city and being able to go out and walk about. And I really did not want to go through the whole rigmarole of strapping my son into a car seat and driving over to the park to loop around Henningsen Lotus Park in the middle of the day. So I had an idea that I would take my bike with an attachment and go from my home, which was sort of up near Marshall Grade, and go and bike all the way over to Camp Lotus. And I had sort of scouted the road and I assumed that there would be a shoulder, or at least even if it was narrow, it would be even enough to be able to do that. And just like everyone else, I was shocked and terrified and sort of embarrassed that I didn't think it all the way through when I got onto Lotus Road and the area exactly where we're talking about putting this trail. I was terrified and I had to walk the bike. I had to go off on the side. There was no shoulder. I was over in the gravel. And I was frustrated because I felt that this is just a simple outing I want to have with one of my kids. I want to be able to access things that are within a mile or 2 of my home. And there really was no way to do that. And the crazy thing about it is that where I was biking was well within the right of way on the public road and public easement. And so just like the DOT engineer had stated, this is a low impact project. It's within the county right of way. It's going to be a short half-mile trail, but yet it's going to connect all these businesses in Henningsen Lotus Park with, very little as far as impact on construction in that area, and create a shady and beautiful area for people to enjoy. So I just want to say this is why I think it would have been totally invaluable to me as a young first-time mom to have this kind of access, and it's going to be absolutely invaluable to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board.
We lost you. We're not getting any sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, Sly Park. Yes, the last person who called in, welcome to being a pedestrian or bike rider in El Dorado County. I was at Lotus Henningsen a couple months ago now, and I was walking up there. I was trying out my broken hip and without crutches and aids, if you will. And I got to the point in the trail where it just kind of ended. And I'm presuming that this will take care of things over to Highway 49. And that's a good thing, because that it's haphazard, it's not cogent, and there's a lot of erosion going on in those parking lots that are along the way. Not sure that that's going to be part of the project, but focusing on the trail, it at least will be in compliance and low impact and all of that. Anyway, sounds like a great thing that we can do to go ahead on. Bravo. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
With that, I'd love to approve this item as recommended by staff.
All right,
I'll
is there-
second.
all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion
right.
passes 5-0.
So Dave, do we have time for closed session items? Okay. The board will now
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thank you very much.
The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 35 through 40 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do this time. Please open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Yes, thank you, Kelly Nelavia, El Dorado Hills. Love these lawsuits. I'm making a speculation here, so this is just my opinion. Because obviously we're not privy to the details, which I don't like that. But what I can deduce on item 39 is we're going to be talking about the lawsuit. Again, I'm assuming that Placerville also participated in and reached a settlement regarding the harm reduction issue in El Dorado County and our position to discontinue that type of program. I am begging you, do not just fold. I think it needs to be disclosed and you need to be transparent. If the case is that we took money and we committed ourselves to this program and we don't have a choice and we made a mistake, then let's talk about it and figure out how we don't let that happen again. I read the bill regarding these programs and there is no mandate. It only mandates that prescriptive needle exchanges are no longer allowed in terms of access. So I hope it's a good conversation. I know the item was moved to the 23rd or 24th. So I guess we'll get some disclosure on what's talking about, but I really, really hope that the public will be, privileged to how we got here and why we got here, because it was such an awesome stance to take. I'm sad if again, I'm speculating, based on the research on the item. It's really sad that we're at this point. I know we don't like to spend money on lawsuits. I don't like spending money on unnecessary lawsuits, but I really hope that there is an avenue for us to protect our citizens, our parks, and the people looking for this service. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so we're recessed to closed session. 1 o'clock. Yeah. All right, we're back from lunch. Any report out on closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session and heard items 35, 36, and 40. There's no action to report out.
Thank you for that. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open up open forum.
We are now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody wants to speak on up?
Good afternoon, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and those in attendance and online. My name is Valerie Spake. I am here on behalf of Senator Marie Alvarado Gill. I'm one of her district representatives, and I wanted to give you just a brief legislative update. First, let me just thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak. And there's a couple bills that I wanted to focus on to give you an eagle-eyed view of the senator's view on affordability and helping this county. The senator knows that people in this county are struggling. She authored SB 353, which would make permanent California's farm to food bank tax credit. It provides a 15% tax incentive to farmers and will allow them to donate fresh produce and other agricultural products to local food banks. The credit is currently due to expire in 2027. This bill has cleared the Senate. It's on the way to the Assembly. Another bill that you're likely familiar with, and that is SB 818. It is known as the Mountain Lion Bill. Also the Talon and Wyatt's Law. The senator fought hard for that bill. And it would have been a pilot program that would have allowed for non-lethal methods to move mountain lions out of the populated area. This bill unfortunately did not pass. The senator is really heartbroken about the loss of Talon Brooks. The senator is committed to making public safety a priority. And these two bills that were mentioned are two ones that she's authored, but I recommend that if any of the individuals that are watching or in this room that want to learn about the bill package, please go online to our Senate website to see how she's trying to help this other rural county, agricultural counties throughout her Senate District 4. On the local level, the senator went to the El Dorado County Fair this weekend. She welcomed in the El Dorado County Rose Court and was there to support the Miss El Dorado County Pageant Royal Court. And one thing I'd like to say about just county fairs in general, she is a big fan. The state and county fairs are economic catalysts in rural areas that boost tourism, create jobs, and stimulate local businesses. Fairgrounds, one thing individuals may not know, but they're also event centers. They play a crucial role as emergency response hubs in rural areas, leveraging their large flexible spaces, livestock facilities, and existing amenities support disaster response. And lastly, for those in the room that are here or those online that are watching that really don't know what the Senate office does, we help those individuals that need help with state agencies. I'm going to have some information in the back. Individuals can also go to our Senate website. And the senator's committed to fighting burdensome regulations, state mandates, protecting essential services, or showing up in person. The senator, her staff, and for the residents, to the residents of El Dorado County, she's committed to being there for you. And on behalf of Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, I thank you for this opportunity to share this update and look forward to helping serve El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Linda.
I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson, and we're almost halfway through.
Oh.
Linda Colombo, District 2 down in Nashville. We're up to Chapter 11, the safety of our communities. No one traveled on Edgewood unless they lived there. By the time Paul and Susie had done a reconnaissance mission down their street on their quad, the mouth of Edgewood was choked by flames. With Edgewood blocked, Travis knew the best option would be to escape on their four-wheeler. Carol often joked that it was Travis's show pony because he spent so much time washing and polishing the sides and buffing the leather. Travis pulled down the ramps on the truck and unloaded the four-wheeler. His cell phone kept ringing. He answered each call, explaining first to his father, then to his son, and then to his daughter-in-law that he may not make it. Finally, the three reached the boulder. This is the people on the quads. The fire close behind. The outcropping had appeared bigger than it actually was. The weight was terrifying, hiding behind the boulder, waiting for the fire to reach him. This is going to be a bad one. The fire did reach them, a flash of brilliant light in the black sky. Travis watched in horror as Paul and Susie vanished into the flames, screaming. I'm next, Travis thought. Sprinting downhill, he crouched behind another boulder just in time. The main fire front passed overhead, the rock taking the brunt of the heat. Bits of flaming grass swirled around him. Voracious tendrils of fire reached for his body, singeing his clothes. The blackness was disoriented, a bank of smoke rolling around him. Travis noticed that Paul's quad, about 100 feet uphill, was starting to smolder. The plastic milk crate where Paul stashed his gear was already melting. Travis was terrified to return where he had left Paul and Susie, terrified for what he would discover. Then we go into the Concow legend. Over the fields and valleys, across the dry streams and mountains, the flames scorched the dry, parched earth, burning the trees and melting the rocks, with people fleeing in terror before them. But the flames were faster and everything was alive. The game and the wild beasts and even the birds in the forest land and all the Concows but two were destroyed. So then we'll go on to the next chapter when I get here. I wanted to bring up that Brooke has read the book, Brooke Lane from District 5, and she put together a packet that you can keep in your car. And I think it would be advisable for the Board of Supervisors to look at it, see what she's put together, and maybe make some positive move to present that to the people of El Dorado County, a safety net, so that if we are caught in this kind of a conflagration, we are okay. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Yep.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Come on up, Ken.
It's Christmas in June, Ken?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say the same thing, but that's all right.
Glad we could have this discussion. So,
Hey, easy on the microphone.
okay. Ken Greenwood, or pardon me, 390. Yeah, that's the guy. From the Triple Junction, for those of you who don't know, Triple Junction's out there where District 5 comes down from Lake Tahoe, and 3 comes from town, and 2 comes up there. And from my deck, I can throw a rock into each one of those districts, but I am in District 5. Anyway, what's all this about? I don't believe you've ever seen my little presentation on what we're promised when we get a wireless telecommunication facility. This is what Verizon or AT&T blinds you with. And I was getting blinded by, if you look into some of the ornaments here, they'll blind you, I'll tell you. And this is what we get. Ask any neighbor. I call it the shaft, because it is a shaft. And that's exactly what's happened out of all this. I'm glad we got the WTF. I'm glad I got that we all call it WTF now. Thank you. Ordinance passed, but we still need 1 mile radius so that people can understand that this probably isn't what they're going to see. It's going to look like this. So anyway, I will fight for that. And I think we need to work on our noticing for general projects also, out to county roads and stuff like that. Weber Creek Bridge, what a monstrosity. Who's been out there? Who's seen it? Beautiful, huh? As a forest hydrologist for many years, doing work on fish habitat and such, I don't see how fish are going to do real well in that rock bed with the boulders about this big. I'm not sure how Fish and Game is going to sign off on the stream bed alteration permit. I will be asking them. It's one of the worst in-stream work I've ever seen in. Guess what? Next week, 70 years. Whew. Anyway, so that needs some follow-up. Sanctuary County, yes, no? I believe we are listed as one by the Department of Homeland Security or whether HSS. And they lumped all of California together. So I believe that's why we're on that list. Regardless, please, Board of Supervisors, get us off that list. We are not a sanctuary county, are we? I don't believe so, because that's silly. That causes a lot of problems. It's from the heart, not from the mind. And burning. Hopefully, running out of time. But I hope that we can work out something with CAL FIRE on reasonable burning restrictions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, Lars Knutson, District 5. I'll make an announcement. I am going to blow this today.
You did last week.
Oh, I did it when I left.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said last week, you know, America's at the crossroads right now, and hopefully we got through the weekend. No cities are on fire, but I see Israel on fire. I see Iran on fire. And it's the goodness of God that leads people to repentance. I am now a professional protester. I protest evil, and I went to a protest over the weekend, and I'm done with evil. So I got it from the Lord that I'm now a professional prophetic prayer protester against evil. Ezekiel 2. And this is for when I mentioned that America's at a crossroads, who you're going to serve. Israel is at a crossroads. Who are they going to serve? And I'm going to serve the Lord Jesus, my Messiah, our Messiah. And he said unto me, Son of man, stand upon thy feet, and I will speak unto you. And the Spirit entered into me, and he spake unto me and said, and he put me on my feet, and I heard him that spake unto me. And he said unto me, Son of man, I sent you to the children of Israel, to a rebellious nation that have rebelled against me. They have, and their fathers have transgressed against me, even unto this very day. For they are an impudent children and stiff-necked. I used to be that. I was rebellious. I was prideful. And I would ask all of us, are we performing or are we serving truth? And they, whether they will hear, whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house. You shall know that there has been, and I'm not claiming to be a prophet, but this is what the word says, a prophet among them. My prophet's Jesus. I just ask that the Spirit of God, the anointing of truth would be upon our county like never before, with hope and peace and love, and convict us of how wicked and rebellious America is, Israel is, how most of us are. So I'm going to end in that. In Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord.
Thanks,
Lord. Oh, I got
Stop that, Ruth.
Ruth Michelson. Yeah, I can't top that. I'm a little out of breath from hurrying here down in Folsom. Anyway, I just had a few things I wanted to mention. One was something that happened several meetings ago. And Director Martinez from DOT, is he in the room?
No.
No. I was really shocked by what I felt was really disrespectful behavior. And I don't think it should be tolerated. One of our supervisors was asking a question about something, and the director said, well, I've received 15 emails from you, and some of them are the same. And it's really kind of derogatory. And gee, I thought that you all were the boss of the directors who aren't elected. Do you recall what I'm talking about? Should I give a little more detail? You could nod your head if you remember.
I remember.
You remember? So I just feel like if a director feels that what is it, if a director is getting that many emails about an issue, why don't they ask for a meeting to sit down and talk about it? Maybe the communication problem is with that director, not understanding what's being asked. I don't think any of you should be treated that disrespectfully ever by a director. I thought that was really uncalled for, and I'm sorry that he's not here so I could tell him myself. The other issue I came to talk about was, I have to remember, how much time do I have? The way y'all have handled the budget. I think it's been really, really disjointed. I read the article in the Mountain Democrat on Friday that many of you spoke to, and so I know some of you feel the same way. And I hope that for next year, there can be another process, something that's more holistic and not so fragmented. Because I think that a lot of the programs suffered early on without looking at the whole picture. And then when I asked the CAO's office, well, I'm down to the end, how is it that you all got that laundry list of programs to look at for cutting the budget? And the response that I got was, well, we went over it in March and the Board of Supervisors selected from that, gave us direction. Well, you all selected from a list that you've been provided. Who's the driving factor here? Who's driving this? Are you driving the budget? I think you should be, and not staff. Thank you.
Anybody else in the board chambers want to speak? Open forum. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, guys. Kelly Nellavia, El Dorado Hills District 1. I'm going to get through one really quickly. I am noticing more and more of these curbside fruit stands and fruit cup stands and a lot of things throughout town on the sides of the street. I don't know if we have ordinances or things for this. I'm really more concerned for the people. I sat and observed for quite a while. It is very apparent that these people are dropped off, often with children. I am seeing them in very high heat temperatures. I am seeing where surrounding them, there's obviously no proper restroom facilities. In addition to that, how fair is that to our grocers, our licensed farmers markets that, this is occurring just on the side of the road with actually no control over, the quality or this, that, and the other. So I thought I'd just bring that up. But thank you, Ruth, for that comment on disrespect, because it's really been weighing on my mind when it is really apparent that when people reach out to certain supervisors and you're disregarded and you're trying to help people, and there seems to be a selective choice of who you're going to talk to and who you're not going to talk to. I've heard stories of people literally being lied to as to whether or not a supervisor was available at the office, and people being blocked on social media. And I just think that's really sad, because in the end, we're all just trying to make a better community. You can like us personally or not, or you can have a conversation with us. Those that are, more active in the community, have a larger voice, that are trying to address problematic things. And it seems very disregarded. And I'm just hoping that we can come to a resolve on that. I've been working with a very distressed person in District 2. They were just assessed $42,000 impact fee for an interior remodel on one of their existing buildings at their private school. And I've reached out in all means, and I'm not going to scream names, you know who you are, and have been completely, I'll guess the current word to use is ghosted. And I think that's not only embarrassing when they reached out thinking, maybe you can help me. I know you're involved and maybe know who I can contact. And I have to go back and say, I'm doing my best, but I'm just not getting any response. So I hope we can do better at, being willing to reach out, to have that meeting, to communicate with one another in respect. Because after all, we are the citizens and you are the employees. Thank you.
Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Okay, thank you, everybody, for the comments today. Anything you want to address or say?
I was just going to remind the board and members of the public that unfortunately, because of all the emergencies that we've been through, we've gotten quite practiced at responding to them, but we've also implemented a lot of proactive measures and outreach and education. So if one was so inclined, including go bags and kits and signing up for alerts and signing up for our mapping tools that show evacuation zones. You can just go to the county website and type in OES in the search bar, and you can link to our OES webpage that has an array of tools and information that you can access so that you as a citizen can be prepared for the next emergency. And there is, they include a list for all the different types of emergencies, not just wildfire. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it for your comments. All right, so let's go ahead and move to item 31. Planning Commission, Promontory Specific Plan Zone Change.
Item 31 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the Story Project Specific Plan Amendment to the Promontory Specific Plan to rezone Lot 39 from Promontory Hillside Large Lot to Promontory Large Lot. The Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, approve the California Environmental Quality Act exemption. 2, approve the proposed amendment which would allow for the rezone of Lot 39. 3, approve the proposed rezone of Lot 39. And 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance approving the proposed rezone.
All right, so I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Bianca Dinkler, El Dorado County Planning Department. The proposed project is a request for the board to consider a specific plan amendment to Promontory Specific Plan to rezone Lot 39 in the Promontory Village 6, Unit 2B from Promontory Hillside Large Lot to Promontory Large Lot. The project site consists of 0.59 acres and is located between Capitanos Drive and Beatty Drive, approximately 285 feet north of the intersection between Powers Drive and Beatty Drive in the unincorporated community of El Dorado Hills. Lot 39 is located in the southwestern portion of the Promontory Specific Plan, Village 6, Unit 2B, Supervisor District 1. As shown on the zoning map, the property is currently zoned as Promontory Hillside Large Lot. As shown on the general plan exhibit, the general plan land use designation is within an adopted plan. As shown on the site plan with slope details, the Promontory Specific Plan provides guidance for mixed-use planned community on approximately 1,000 acres in El Dorado County. The topography of the Promontory Specific Plan consists of rolling hills and valley terrain. The uplands portion consists of slopes ranging from 10% to greater than 40%, while the valley floor portion consists of hills and slopes between 0% and 20%. Lot 39 is currently zoned as a Promontory Hillside Large Lot. These development standards would apply where a lot has a slope greater than 25%. However, the average natural cross slope for Lot 39 is 17.15%. Therefore, the Hillside Large Lot development standards do not apply, and the applicant is requesting to rezone into the Promontory Large Lot zone. As shown on the lot notebook modification exhibit, rezoning to Promontory Large Lot would allow expanding the building envelope for more usability of the property. The property is already developed with an existing single-unit residence. At the March 13th, 2025 public hearing, the Planning Commission deliberated on the item, took public testimony, and recommended to the Board of Supervisors the following actions. One, to approve the CEQA exemption consistent with Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines pursuant to Section 21083 and 21084 of the California Public Resources Code. Two, to approve the proposed amendment to the Promontory Specific Plan, which would allow for the rezone of Lot 39 as identified on the Promontory Village 6 Unit 2B tentative map. And three, to approve the proposed rezone of Lot 39 as identified on the Promontory Village 6 Unit 2B tentative map from Promontory Hillside Large Lot to Promontory Large Lot as presented by staff. The motion passed with a 3-0 vote. 2 of the members were absent. I would like to add that approval of the rezone would necessitate 2 additional actions, which the applicant is aware of and will pursue. If the rezone is approved by the board, the applicant shall process a certificate of correction through the county surveyor's office to remove a notice of restriction as shown on the final map of the Promontory Village 6 Unit 2B for Lot 39 and to revise the lot notebook for Lot 39 with the Promontory Architectural Review Committee. This concludes staff's presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, so I'll bring it to the board. Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
None? Greg, you have any?
No questions. I did drive out there and took a look at that lot yesterday, as a matter of fact. And that lot is distinctly different from the lots on its north side that have a severe grade slope. The southernmost part of the lot is fairly flat, and there's a slope on the northern side, but it's a lot different than the lots that are zoned hillside large lots. So
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, please press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody here in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. I'm taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So I had questions on the purpose behind this change in the March Planning Commission meeting. Basically, in short, what was the benefit or the need for the zoning change? The questions weren't really answered then. Since that time, I was able to obtain a copy of the Promontory Specific Plan, since the zones are outlined there different from our general plan zoning. There are, in fact, differences between the two, such as the development envelope, minimum lot frontage, side yard setbacks, and maximum building height. After that, I also went into eTrack to review any permit information. In January 2023, planning had noted some corrections to a grading permit. In that, they highlighted that a retaining wall was not the correct height. In addition, they also mentioned that the proposed development envelope would not allow for a pool. Then in September of 2024, there was a permit issued for a pool. In February of 2025, the original grading permit was renewed with a new expiration date of January 2026. It also included a statement of non-use for the dwelling. In the Planning Commission, they asked a couple times if there was a building for this project, but the only response was yes, there was a building unit there. Today, it was included that the development envelope is going to be changed and some other corrections. It appears as though building was occurring and potentially did not align with the zoning standards. That really should have been made visible in the Planning Commission request, not just the presentation today for BOSS to approve. If building did not align with specific plan or zoning, then should there not be enforcement or violations? If the zoning change is approved today, are all building activities compliant with the new zone, meaning the building height, the retaining wall, the front and the side setbacks. Were there checkpoints or enforcement activities missed along the way? I think it important to ensure that building is according to defined standards as they go without trying to make adjustments after the fact. Otherwise, the neighborhood standards could change inappropriately. Information like this should be shared by staff when preparing requests like this to ensure everyone has the full story and potential impact. Thank you.
Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so can you answer some of those questions, or are you able to?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I would have to maybe defer to either the project applicant perhaps, or our planning manager. I was not aware of some of those details that she presented. The house is currently built, and that was my understanding, that by switching into the large lot, that it would allow for additional use of the property, but not necessarily to correct, previous permits.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the house is currently on the property. It's consistent with the neighborhood. It's custom home. Can't recollect if it's 1 or 2 stories. But yeah, it's consistent with the surrounding homes.
Okay.
It's in Calafia
All
neighborhood.
right, okay, thanks for that, Greg. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up I already opened up public comment. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. All right, so move on to item number 32.
Item number 32 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board receive and file a presentation by Dr. Ed Mansala, County Superintendent of Schools, El Dorado County Office of Education, providing an update to the board and members of the public on the state of education in the county of El Dorado.
Come on up, Ed.
Good afternoon. Good to be with all of you. It's always a privilege to present on behalf of the educators here in El Dorado County. I believe we have a PowerPoint getting teed up. A promise to El Dorado County's children. These past few weeks have been just a celebratory time here in El Dorado County, and of course throughout the nation, with a good number of graduations. And I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, were able to attend or be aware of a graduation. It was great. The class of 2025, even our most recent class in Lake Tahoe, just graduated last week. And then of course these past few weeks, but it was very celebratory in nature. In addition, it was great to be with the class of 2038, our transitional kindergartners going into kindergarten. It's just amazing to be with those parents as they think about the next 13 years. So I acknowledge our class of 2038 and the class of 2025, because that's the scope of the education that we try to look at when we are launching our students off into their careers or colleges or getting ready for the next 13 years. So I'm going to ask that you just put your seatbelt on as we go through multiple touch points. Let me see. All right, so EDCO, we really have 3 pillars that we stand on, and it's the idea of leading and growing together, providing exceptional service, and just this idea of partnering for impact. And of course, the county is a critical partner. We carry our values with us in the way in which we treat our partners, in the way in which we treat one another and those we serve. And I just want to be able to acknowledge that. There are 3 areas that I would like to highlight. Just a quick snapshot and a reminder of the landscape of El Dorado County and how education situates in that, the perspectives and challenges that we see in education, and of course, the opportunities that we see within those challenges. So the intent is just to give you kind of a real-time pulse of what's taking place in education. As a reminder, we have our overall population. You can see that we gathered some of these data points through the Well-Dorado report. But in particular, what I want to highlight is that we have 35,000 children between the ages of 0 and 17. 94% of our residents have a high school diploma. 40% have a bachelor's degree or higher. And of course, we're always paying particular attention to our students who are in poverty, because we feel the educational landscape really is the game changer, right? With a quality education, it creates opportunities and provides a significant amount of support. And that's just very important to us. And I just want to acknowledge that. In respect to our school districts, I think it's good to just take a snapshot and be reminded of our 15 school districts. I'll acknowledge our charters here in a moment, but we're looking at roughly 32,000 students that we serve across our county. We are seeing a growth in charters, and I think that has really occurred since 2020 until now. Students who are attending, they've acknowledged and have experienced hybrid-like learning environments, and we're seeing more parents and students choose that. We are an interdependent system in El Dorado County, and it's important to see that, meaning this, that we have 12 TK, when I say TK, transitional kindergarten, the year before kindergarten, through 8th grade districts that feed into El Dorado Union High School District. And then we have Lake Tahoe Unified and Black Oak Mine. So when we look across the state and we compare the leaders in our county, I would say there is a high level of collaboration and trust and focus together. So our our district superintendents, we meet monthly, we retreat in the fall, we retreat in the spring. We're looking at high performing systems, and we're always putting the mirror up on how can we be working together and improving the system. But just want to acknowledge the 67 schools in our county. In addition to that, we have our charters that I acknowledge. I'm not going to reference each and every charter, but just to give you a sense of the charters that are throughout our county, I will highlight a few here in a moment. Important data points. I'll continue to bring, each year I'll bring you more, but let me just highlight a few. Just in terms of graduation rates, in the state of California, the high school graduation rates are at 86%. In El Dorado County, they're 94%. So as I've acknowledged before in the past, our eye is not only maintaining that 94%, but aiming for 100%. In terms of our dropout rates, in the state of California, it's 9%. In El Dorado County, 3%. But once again, that's 3% too high. If you look at our homeless students in El Dorado County, you're seeing a overall decrease, but approximately 709 students. As a county office, that is a population in particular that we are zeroing into, anywhere from addressing basic needs, coordinating support services, and again, the educational fabric becomes an important layer of support for the students and families. Looking at English language arts performance measures, you're seeing that this idea of meeting or exceeding standards is an important area for us to look at. And we have districts as high as 74% and as low as 31%. We are creating collaborative structures, both in our work in respect to English language arts and math across our county. And I'll give you more detail of that in a moment. In mathematics, this is an area nationally. It's an area statewide and even in our county that we continue to look at closely. So again, meeting or exceeding proficiency in respect to rigorous standards, and you're seeing a low as 25% all the way up to 65%. We own the accountability for every classroom and school district. And when I say we own that, we collectively are looking at how do we improve our practices, anywhere from keeping the standards high, the expectations high, instructional strategies, the way that we assess, and the way that we're preparing our students, again, for careers, even into secondary education. Areas of challenge and evolving trends. What is going on in education? We're always going to be paying attention to this, and I just want to call out 5. There are more. Advanced technology, and I'll expand on this, but is one. Student well-being. How are students feeling? How are students just feeling cared for? Could be anywhere from issues of depression to issues of anxiety. Learning outcomes, I just spoke to that area in terms of keeping very attentive in terms of how are students performing. Fiscal resilience, I'll speak to how our budgets, and you can empathize with this, are challenged, but what are we doing to address them? And just the issues of school safety. You are seeing globally that there are moments in time where we are seeing shootings, and that can be in multiple environments, even unfortunately to schools. What are we doing to address that and ultimately to prevent it? So again, how are we leveraging these opportunities? The advanced technology, we are leaning into this space. So we're not waiting to see, oh, let's see how AI may impact our students, but rather leaning into it. We are learning. We're looking at just this sense of agency becomes important when it comes to advanced technologies and artificial intelligence, meaning we're not waiting for it to act upon us, but how can we leverage these tools in such a way that we can accelerate learning, but not compromise critical thinking and or analysis. It could be my phone hearing my voice. All right. I think the one thing that we are looking at in particular, and when I say we saw this coming a few years ago, and the superintendents and educators acknowledged, like, what will our approach be? So we are leaning again into the space in respect to exploration. And I think one thing that we are noticing is that when you just listen to our students, right? So there was a workshop at El Dorado Union High School District. We sampled a significant number of students. They are engaged in these tools, whether we are explicitly teaching them or not, and how are they utilizing them, and how can we prepare our educators to utilize those tools. There was one senior whose older sister just finished her first year at Georgetown. Her quote, I cannot forget, and I just wanted to share with you. She said to a group of educators that her sister just finished her first year at Georgetown and recognized that in her first month in college, the students who were taught how to utilize AI tools for learning were well ahead of those who were not, right? So I think that's the last thing we want to do. We do not want our students to be behind in any way, but we want them to utilize tools in an ethical manner that exercises, again, their critical thinking skills. The last quote that I'll use is when a teacher asked our students, do you think there will be a time when AI will replace teachers? Right? The room went quiet and the students immediately reacted, absolutely not. AI or computers will never motivate us in the way that Mr. or Mrs. X motivates us, cares for us, understands us, right? So again, I just want to give you a breath and sense of how we're looking at this. And if you want to follow up, be more than willing to share with you the work that we're doing. We are partnering with an organization called National Center on Education and the Economy. It's a system that looks at the highest performing systems globally and what are those elements. And it provides an opportunity for us to see how our students are performing in the systems that they are in. Again, it would be a presentation in and of itself, but I just want to acknowledge that. All right, student well-being. I reference this. We're really looking at the mental health need supports around our students. I will acknowledge that our students sometimes are the best strategies in supporting other students. This idea of peer advocacy. In 2020, we had 25 students in our county really looking at developing skills and supports and strategies to support other students. That peer advocacy program has spread throughout the county, and we have 243 peer advocates now. And it's a really beautiful initiative, and I've had an opportunity to be with these student leaders thinking about the trends and issues that they're seeing amongst their own peers and how they support them. And I know the board here has been very much supporting the Youth Commission in this area, and you know exactly what I'm referring to. Bless you. Fiscal pressures. Well, let me go back real quick in terms of strengthening instructional capacity and supporting student wellness. I just spoke to you about strategies that we're utilizing even with our peer advocates. But in respect to strengthening instructional capacity, one of the best things to do is to be able to create collaborative environments amongst educators. Think of the 12 TK8 districts throughout our county. Sometimes you could be the only third grade teacher or maybe the only math teacher in your system. So we have the privilege to convene. We have the privilege to bring high leverage supports to these teachers and educators, and we are starting to see gains in mathematics and are being highlighted not only locally, but statewide. We brought our students to Sierra House Elementary School. There is some fabulous things that are going on in South Lake Tahoe, anywhere from the coaching models that are taking place, the mindset, disposition, and practices of that principal and those teachers. But it's great to be able to take educators in our county to other higher performing educators and say, how can we spread this? But again, the collaborative structures is something that I just want to be able to highlight. The fiscal pressures in our county come with decreasing enrollment. And so they are slight trends, right? So I think overall, our role as a county office is to ensure that we're coming alongside districts and thinking about their capacity, economies of scale, and not seeing districts get to a place where they are struggling. We imagine the kind of the red flag swinging in their budgets. We're very thoughtful in the manner in which we support our districts. Just think about it from the perspective of strong operating budgets, multi-year, a real multi-year approach. How do you address the fiscal challenges, but still increase academic achievement, right? Just want to give you a sense of what that sounds like and feels like. High impact programs is an area that we're continuing to keep our eye on. I think that the idea of ensuring that our students are not only ready for secondary education, but are ready for the career technical education fields. You see that in our high school district and even in our unified districts in Lake Tahoe and even Black Oak Mine. So you see some of the programs in our expanded CTE pathways on the bottom there, anywhere from agriculture to construction to health, all the way down to even public service and transportation. In a time where budgets can be cut, we've found a way to just continue to leverage, I would say, millions of dollars into our CTE programs. We are proud to have developed a teacher residency program. We are now in our third cohort. So imagine being a teacher emerging in the field, spending 1 year with some of our highest performing teachers, and then getting an opportunity to be hired and then launched into the profession. Retention and development is an area in the field of education, and honoring our teachers is something that we're continuing to look at. Our medical assistant program and our partnership with Marshall has been another point of pride. We're seeing many of our medical assistants come out of our program, and one where they are fully prepared. Some of you who receive services from Marshall Medical Center may have already received support from one of these MAs that we're proud to acknowledge. I do want to advance the next slide successfully. There we go. Oh. We, El Dorado County Office of Education, are not only providing supports and services in El Dorado County, but I just want to acknowledge that we are providing supports statewide. And that could be anywhere in the areas of innovation, preparing early childhood development supports, right down to how do you improve systems, right? Every system is perfectly designed with the results that they're achieving or getting, as you know. Continuous improvement and capacity building is an area of expertise for us, and we are working alongside some of the most challenging districts and districts who are needing just additional support. And then last, special education is an area of strength for us too. We are supporting 400 charter schools throughout California in respect to special education. That's in terms of professional development and even technical supports. Just want to acknowledge that. In terms of moving forward, we are in a place where we're just thinking about how do we ensure that we're preparing our educational systems to truly be learner-centered, thinking about student voice and what do they need not only now, but for the future. So the world is changing, we're feeling it and we're seeing it, and that's a lens in which we're looking at not only now and beyond. But again, collective leadership is important, and we're grateful for all of you. We know you champion not only formal structures like the Youth Commission, but you come out to our school sites. You're helping us with different types of supports and the way that you leverage the county. And we're deeply grateful. Last year, we acknowledged that we had 3 California distinguished schools, Camarado, Herbert Green, and Marina Village. And this year we are adding to the list Jackson Elementary as a California distinguished school, and then a national blue ribbon school, Lake Forest Elementary. We always just ring the bell, if you will, and celebrate when we have those level of achievements. All right, so you can click off your seatbelts from the roller coaster. Wanted to try to move at least quick enough to at least touch multiple points, and if there's any question or comments, open.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? Right.
Ed, thank you so much for the presentation. Thanks to EDCO staff. I know they do a great job. Slide 2 or 3 had the declining enrollment demographic projections.
Yes.
Can we pull that one up, Kim?
What is happening is there is no one system, I'd say with the exception of the high school district, that is dealing with more of a sharp decrease in enrollment. And the question would be asked, well, why the high school district and not the TK8 districts? If there is a declining enrollment number in a specific grade level, right, they're occurring at smaller levels in these TK8 districts, but they culminate, right? If you imagine there's a freshman class that is decreasing, then the high school district would feel that. Superintendent Mike Coleman, coming in from Southern California, has navigated declining enrollment before and has been doing an excellent job communicating with the staff, the community, just in terms of being very transparent in terms of the challenges that they faced and trying to work through declining enrollment in a way that does not have impact in the classroom or from an achievement perspective. The flip side, anytime you're dealing with declining enrollment, it makes you more sharp in terms of innovation, not only retaining your students, but drawing other students through programs and other options.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that explanation, but it's, being a lifelong resident of El Dorado County and involved in education, and, Lori's on the high school board as well. The projections just don't look good, and they continue to at least be flat or maybe even decline for most schools. So I think it's really imperative that from the educational experts that you guys come up with some ideas or thoughts and get them to the Board of Supervisors, because as we look at projects, and I'm going to list a couple of them, whether it's was a Prop 90, transfer your tax rate for seniors, whether it's senior developments and so forth. It does nothing for our education system. And if we don't pay attention to that, I don't know what we're gonna have left of our educational system. And we should be at least growing at some sort of an amount. Doesn't have to be explosive, but we got to keep it going. You guys do a great job in it, and we have high marks for the good work that's done. But my concern over time is it's going to continue to go down as far as enrollments if we don't. And obviously the charter schools are blossoming because parents have different options. And again, I'm going to say, because of the things I've seen and been involved with, it's some of our state ed code requirements that our public school has to go through, and maybe a charter or a private school does not, and parents are sick of it and they're opting out. So that jeopardizes our public education system, and I've been a proponent of that for a long time. So I think it's something we got to pay attention to. We have to, again, the superintendents should be collaborating on, and I'm open. I think we're all open to that feedback that you guys would suggest. And as we look at projects as well, we should be formulating projects that put butts in seats, and maybe not the retirement community that continues to be perpetuated in some areas also.
Appreciate that. I think, three things come to mind. One, we've been invited to the table at times when you're discussing the potential impact or opportunities around projects. Our superintendents gather together where we have created the opportunities for you to come speak with us. And then there's the opportunities for us to even present here to give you a sense of a more in-depth look at what we're seeing specifically within our districts and how we're looking at some of the challenges and opportunities.
Great. Thank you, Ed.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to bring up on the CTE programs that you have. I didn't see anything on automotive. We used to have automotive. We don't have it anymore, or we do have it still?
We do. I think one great example would be
Tahoe.
at Lake Tahoe. If you were to step into their automotive program, you would be very impressed. So it still exists, but it may look a little differently than your own experiences.
Yeah, because I remember El Dorado High School, was, and with all the stuff that's going on, they're not mechanics anymore, they're technicians. And especially like a Corvette's got 29 computers on it, and the body control module is the main computer that all these other computers feed into. And that would be really something to bring back, because you're talking about hybrids. There's all kinds of different things that's going on in the automotive world now. And technicians, with all the research and all the knowledge and everything, and all the schooling that I've gone through over the years, I think it would be good if we could get something down here, or if we could do that, that would be great. And one of the other things I got is when you're talking about math, we have a lot of kids today that don't know how to count back change. And especially when you're getting out in the real world, when they're working at these restaurants and stuff, they need to learn how to count back change. And I was taught that when I had a very young age. When I worked for Zoller Chevron, when I was, I think, 13 years old. Can't do that today, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed too. I think the kids need to know how to do that. So, especially when they're going to work at some of these businesses and stuff. Okay.
Thank you, Ed.
But I appreciate it, Ed.
Regarding, you mentioned school safety, do all of our schools allow the sheriffs on their campus participate in the school resource officer program, or is that up to the individual school or individual district?
Yes. So we have what's called a law enforcement memorandum of understanding here in El Dorado County. If you'd like to, see that meeting, it's probably one of the most, again, it's a collaborative structure where anywhere from the DA's office, the county, the sheriff, probation, city police, we all come together with our educational leaders. We review just agreements, anywhere from communication to presence to emerging trends or things that we are seeing. An area that I have spoke to in the past that I didn't go in depth today, but I'll touch on, is we have threat assessment team where we're trying to prevent any type of major catastrophe. And so school sites are trained on how to identify or raise any types of concerns, collaborate accordingly. And then if it needs additional support at a higher level, there's a county-wide team, law enforcement included. And that is probably one of the strongest levels of just partnership that we see
That's
with law
great.
enforcement. So that's like a simple way of saying, yes,
Yeah,
they're
good.
more than welcome on the campus and then some.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Okay, anybody in the board chambers like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Yes, good afternoon, Kelly Nalavaya. Couple of comments regarding the elephants in the room. Declining enrollment, a lot has to do, once again, turning back those times to COVID. And a lot of parents, especially at the high school level, realize that, my children are really capable. They're learning at home. And then when they do that, they're having time to address their activities, a job, maybe sleep. Their anxiety is less. But one thing I find interesting is we were talking about our charter schools, and we do such a blessed county to offer all sorts of different kinds of education through charter schools. And that's on the attack with AB 84, where the state would like to start to defund many of these programs that are not fully in-person charters. Do not think the desk charters aren't next. And that's a lot to do with this declining enrollment and the California Teachers Association not liking that so much. And so instead of across the state doing their job well, not saying we're not doing our job well, I'm speaking as a state, the best thing for them to do is to attack the charter schools. So I was a little surprised at the fair when conversing at the EDCO table that not one person there had heard of AB 84 because they're coming after our charter schools. And I really think that it's a travesty that we are not working more actively as a county that enjoys many kinds of charter schools, whether they're in-person, hybrid, partial in-person, all in-person. The charter schools are really on the attack. So I would very much say we need to keep on top of that because it's really going to change the dynamics from people in charters to people going with the PSA, which is a private school affidavit. I have had many, many contacts. I homeschooled through a PSA. My son is now very successful. He did not end up not going. My other daughter is a nurse studying for her nurse practitioner's degree right now. And a lot of people are preparing. So they're not preparing to go back into traditional school. They're preparing for how am I going to do this on my own because I don't trust our public schools and all of the rigmarole that's going into our public schools where we're still talking about boys and girls sports and Title IX and all that stuff. So I think there's a lot to the bigger picture on why we are having decline in enrollment, along with, yes, we are declining in our younger population. But I hope that you all will join me in speaking out individually or in your office on AB 84.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board for any other questions.
Appreciate the information, Ed. Good
Yeah.
job. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Ed.
much.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it very much. Okay, sure.
Yes.
We have 3 team members. Amy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Hi, Amy. Great to see you.
Amy Anderson, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services for EDCO.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Frederickson, Deputy Superintendent over Administrative Services.
Hello, and I'm Curtis Wise, Coordinator for Communications and currently Acting Director as well.
All right.
Very good.
Very
Got it,
good.
John.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you.
Appreciate it, Ed. All right, so I guess we'll move on to item number 33, 2:00. Page. Advisory Committee DOB ballot measures.
Item number 33 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board approve and authorize a chair to sign the following resolutions setting for election measures for various zone of benefits. 1, a resolution to consider special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the Fernwood Cathrian Ranch Zone of Benefit. 2, a resolution to consider special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance service in the Lynx Trail Zone of Benefit. 3, a resolution to consider a special tax increase to provide road improvement and maintenance services in the Meadowview Acres Zone of Benefit. And 4, a resolution to consider a special tax to provide road improvements and maintenance services in the Walnut Drive Zone of Benefit. So Mr. Turnbull, can you please open up the hearing?
Open up the public hearing. All right.
Hello, thank you for that beautiful introduction, Kim. Good afternoon, Chair and board members and CAO. My name is Elizabeth Hess. I'm the administrative analyst.
Again, someone's texting me. They can't hear you.
Thank you. They definitely won't be able to.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's off.
Just yelling it.
Mic is off. Kim.
Mic is off. Yeah, there you go.
There.
There you go.
All right, I think we should be better now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start over again. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Elizabeth Hess. I am with the Department of Transportation in the Zone of Benefits program, and I'm the administrative analyst that essentially manages the program. Today, we are here to discuss 4 zones of benefits that have submitted requests to have ballot measures during the upcoming November 4th, 2025 uniform district election. Quite of a mouthful there. These were all led by the committees for each zone. Fernwood Cothran, that particular key contact asked me to extend her gratitude for your consideration today because she couldn't be here in person. Lynx Trail, as well as Meadowview Acres and Walnut Drive. This is their second attempt to go to a successful ballot measure to increase their rates. All of these zones are obligated to meet 4 times a year with their residents, and they submit the respective meeting minutes that allow us to submit these requests to you for consideration. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right.
Elizabeth, how close was Walnut Drive the last couple, were they really super?
They
close?
were within only a couple percent. It was
so
just
hard.
so close. Yes, so close.
I appreciate them trying again, because
Yes,
I get it. They want the roads nice in their
Mhm.
neighborhood, so.
yes.
Cool.
Cool. Any other questions from the board? All right.
No.
So I'll go ahead and open up the public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. See no
Anybody in
public-
the board chambers want to speak on this item? I don't see anybody. So let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Christine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Turnbull and members of the board. My name is Christine Cudia, and I'm the key contact for the Fernwood Cothran Zone of Benefit Advisory Committee. The committee requests that this ballot measure go forward so that we can reach out to the zone's constituents this summer in preparation for the November election. We are essentially trying to keep the zone alive in the face of increasing administrative costs. The current special tax of $150 per parcel is really inadequate to address the road miles that we have within the zone. And we've been informed that we're risking dissolution of the zone if the special tax is not increased. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'll bring it back and close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
So Dave, do we have time to go to closed session, knock out a couple of them? Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll recess to closed session. Okay. So we'll move on to our 2:30 PM time allocation. Item 34, planning and building, Oak Resources update.
Item number 34 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, providing an update to the Board of Supervisors on information relating to the additional amendments of the zoning ordinance, Oak Resources Conservation.
All right.
Thank you. Kim, can you pull up the presentation?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
It's fine. We could have done it later. The board heard item 38. There's no action to report.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Okay,
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Thea Graybill, Acting Planning Manager with the Long Range Planning Team. I'm here today with Tom Purcell, Senior Planner, also with the LRP unit. The purpose of this item is to provide an update on creating an potential exemption for live oaks and for roadside oak trimming or removal as requested by the board back in January 2025, so earlier this year. The board had specifically requested that we provide information on the scope, schedule, and timing, scope, schedule, and cost of those two exemptions. And we understand that some of the supervisors' concerns discussed in January stemmed mostly from wildfire prevention issues and, not making it difficult nor cost prohibitive to live in the county, knowing that obtaining and retaining home insurance can be one of those many hurdles. So to address those concerns, we will be revising the insurance required oak removal exemption and maybe some other provisions in the draft amendments to chapter 130.39. And I'll talk more about that probably on slide 3 or 4, I think. Next slide. So staff, as I mentioned, staff conducted 2 workshops on this update, one with the Planning Commission in February 2024, where only minor feedback was provided to staff at that time, and one with the board, as I noted, in January 2025. And so the majority of the amendments were supported by both bodies. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of the current draft ordinance amendments, including the revisions recommended by the board at the workshop. Staff is recommending to advance these amendments to hearing by the Planning Commission. The amendments include adding an exemption for county projects, updating the ordinance for consistency with state law and county code, specifically the Defensible Space Ordinance, clarifying mitigation fee calculation and methodology, removing an exemption for existing parcels that cannot be subdivided, updating the definition of heritage tree, clarifying that administrative permits are needed for all development activities impacting oaks, and then finally just clarifying language to help it easier to read and understand. Next slide. And so I just wanted to review quickly, there are several tools in our toolbox to remove oak trees under the current draft amendments package. The removal of oak trees is allowed if the tree is less than 6 inches diameter at breast height or DBH, dead, dying, and diseased, or for the maintenance of defensible space requirements. Also associated with a county road project or associated with a utility line construction or maintenance. I also just wanted to highlight there are a few additional exemptions just because they're relevant to today's conversation. There's an exemption for the following types of situations. So the first is if an oak tree falls or is damaged by natural resources such as fires, floods, earthquakes, or storms, that's exempt from a permit oak trees that are required to be removed for home insurance purposes. Those are also exempt from a permit. And then oak trees that are wanting to be used for personal use. And so that's for like firewood or woodworking. With respect to those, they're exempt from mitigation and not necessarily a permit. So staff feels like there are sufficient and reasonable opportunities to remove oak trees as proposed in the current draft amendments. And so staff really does kind of balance both preservation of oaks in our county to maintain rural character with the potential economic burden and wildfire risk and prevention issues. And so that's what we're weighing when we're drafting an ordinance like this. As noted earlier, we do plan to revise the insurance exemption slightly to clarify that you're not just required to get the opinion of a qualified professional to qualify. You could also instead obtain written documentation from the insurance company identifying the oak trees that are required to be removed. And so we're allowing a little bit more flexibility there, but still, you know, our goal is to essentially ensure that this exemption is not abused, you know, by potential bad actors, but also not make it so onerous for folks that have oak trees that are trying to do the right thing, that need them to be removed in order to retain or obtain their home insurance. Next slide. And so the board, back in January, we had an extensive conversation with the board about providing potential exemption for live oaks. And the board requested that staff dive into it a little bit further. And since then, you know, since live oak exemptions were not included in the county's previous environmental analysis, exempting them from the oak ordinance would be considered a new project under CEQA and then require a new EIR, environmental impact report, to assess the potential environmental impacts of removing the existing protections for live oaks, as well as potential mitigation measures to avoid or mitigate those potential impacts. And so we found that a new EIR would cost an estimated of $300,000 and take approximately 2 years to complete that effort. And the cost estimate does not include updates to the zoning ordinance or the Oak Resources Management Plan, or potentially the general plan. That would be handled in-house by county staff. And so for those reasons, staff recommends the county doesn't pursue a live oak exemption now due to budget considerations, and pursues it during a future comprehensive general plan update. Next slide.
Before you move on,
Sure.
are you thinking that maybe all these other tweaks that you've made could potentially also address the concerns that were raised about live oaks?
That's staff's hope. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe once we give the tweaks a go, we may end up realizing we don't need to do the follow-up.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think on a temporary basis, it's a good short-term fix. I think staff, you know, like we would look at any issues that are arising in the county, we would want to look at that as part of a general plan update where we're balancing different interests.
So hopefully the tweaks will take care of most of it. They seem pretty good. Okay.
Well, it sounds like you're proposing we do both. That we do the short-term tweaks but that at our first opportunity to wind it into the long-range amendments, we would do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If it turns out we don't need to, like if the tweaks fix the concerns about the live oaks and that stuff, we may not need to.
Well,
and
that's
it's
what
expensive.
What I'm hearing is we would do it along with a lot of other amendments, but we would still do it.
Exactly.
If
One
needed,
won't-
yeah.
Not if needed. They eventually do need to be in that document. It's just we have to do both.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. Would you, I mean, if we find that the tweaks that we're doing now address the concerns that were raised, we may find out that we don't need to do that. We don't know yet.
Perhaps. I'm just saying if the board wants to pursue these changes and staff agrees with that direction and then we would do those down the road comprehensively, because if we do them now, not only is it not cost effective or efficient for staff resources, but it's also not doing it maybe the correct way, the way it's supposed to be done, because like I had mentioned, we can't just do these kinds of changes. It's not right to do these kinds of changes in a vacuum where you're not, considering the conservation element and the rural character of the county, and also, the safety element and some safety concerns, as well as, economic development. So
I got a question. Have you guys looked at any of the surrounding counties and their oak tree ordinances?
we have, yes.
Okay, Amador County for existence? I mean, have you looked into Amador County? Because they have nothing, really. So, except for, if it's larger than 2 acres, then they have to require a permit. But the only one oak that's protected down there is the black oak. According to some people that I've talked to, and the only thing you can't do is remove trees on public land, oak trees on public land. You have to get a permit or, from the Forest Service, because most of that public land is Forest Service or BLM land. So I'm just wondering if you guys looked in any of that.
Yeah, Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning again. I know in 2017, when the initial Oak Resources Management Plan, at least in the version we have now, and the ordinance was developed, El Dorado County was by far the strictest oak regulating ordinance, at least in the state. And I don't think that's changed. I think it's becoming even more restrictive than it was with even a few of the changes that we're proposing.
Right. And yeah, because Amador County is not very restrictive at all. So that was just some of the concerns that I have, especially when there's a lot of oak trees in Amador County. So I'm just, looking at different things, especially if we could tweak this thing, especially when the general plan amendment comes up again. This is something we can make sure that this gets put in to address this problem. But anyway, go ahead.
So you're saying you would look to maybe next time making it less restrictive, which would also require analysis. So it's got to be done the next time there's an update.
Right.
Okay, moving on just to the next exemption here that was discussed at the board workshop. The board discussed providing an exemption for trimming and removing roadside oak trees for fire prevention, and requested again that staff research it further. Like the live oak exemption, a new EIR is also required due to the lack of prior countywide analysis. And so a new EIR would cost approximately $250,000 and take about 1.5 years. Again, this cost estimate is just for the environmental review component, and it doesn't include updates to the zoning ordinance, ORMP, and possibly the general plan. We did get a cost and kind of time frame just of combining the two possible exemptions to do one EIR, and the total cost for that would be about $400,000, and it would take 2 to 3 years. And so again, staff is recommending that the county does not pursue this exemption now due to budget considerations, and just considers it during a future comprehensive general plan update.
So just to clarify, you're talking about roadside tree removal that's
Yes.
not in a county project?
Exactly.
Then we
Correct.
deem them all county projects. No, I'm just. But a wildland fire does not need CEQA. And the loss to this county revenue wise would be way more than this kind of money. Now, I'm not advocating, I think we can get there in the time being, just as everybody's alluding to. But I will not lose sight of the public safety element and the ability for a live oak to burn and spread embers. If you ain't been in a fire, which I have, live oaks are nothing but ember spreading fires.
Mhm.
And you get a little bit of wind on it, they go for a long ways and they start new fires. So I was against live oaks years ago. I'm against them now. They come back, they're weeds and they just continue to grow back. And we need to be very careful with classifying them as heritage trees and so on and so forth. They're not. And when we, somehow, I could have been asleep at the wheel, but when we went through this before in 17, getting that piece in there about an arborist and a this and a that, I guess I missed it because it shouldn't have been in there. And now we're seeing the insurance companies are saying, you got to take them all out. So that letter is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Because the last two inspections I've had, they're talking about live oaks off my property because they're close enough to cause the issue
Exactly.
within hundreds of feet because they know how the embers spread. And they're, well, we've seen the
Sand fire,
the
good
modeling
example.
from
Yeah.
our own OWOPR presentations on the ember spread. So
Mhm. Yeah, and talk about
science
the
is now
sand,
there.
sand fire. The sand fire was 2.5 miles away from me, but I had live oak embers, the leaves falling on my house, smoldering. So that's how far it carried.
Okay.
So, like I say, this is something that needs to be addressed because especially the Weber Creek Basin. I know that we have a grant to be able to remove it, but it could happen anytime. You know, I mean, we still haven't done the vegetation in that area. But if we get a fire in there, there's going to be a lot of homes that's going to be lost because of it. So that's something why we need to address this problem.
But this is specifically talking about roadside oak removal. And we already talked about on the other slide, if it's in a fire safe
Right.
plan, if it's in the CWP, if it's on the county, I
Mhm.
mean, there is a lot that allows us to clear a lot.
Right. My only angst with the roadside is now we're getting identified evacuation routes
Right.
that need to be cleared. And if we don't, I mean, we got to make them a project before we can
Yeah.
get somebody to clear them. I disagree with that. If it's identified as an evacuation route by this, because it's the state that funded the grant, they then would qualify, in my opinion, as a project list and whoever can take them out.
Well, if it was identified as an evacuation route, wouldn't it be in one of these plans
Well,
that
it's not
qualifies?
specifically a county project until the county DOT says this is our project.
Okay.
That
Well,
I-
let's just work
yeah.
on getting it in
Yeah,
a
yeah,
plan and
the-
making it happen.
Right.
And that's the fastest, easiest.
Yep.
My point is, I think we can get some
Get
of these
there.
things that you want into what we're trying to fix here
Yep.
without waiting a couple years
That's
when
why,
there's money.
that's
Yeah,
why I
so,
stopped here on.
Right.
yeah, if we
Exactly.
can work
Roadside.
on getting them in there,
Mhm.
perfect.
All right, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to
Sorry.
further Supervisor Parlin's point that, county road projects, you are able to do that under this current ordinance. Also, dead, dying, diseased trees, oak trees that are less than 6 inches DBH, you can take those out no matter where they are. So I just wanted to highlight that point.
So, so without this exemption, back to that prior slide, we can't even trim the trees along the road for fire prevention? Is that what that's saying?
If it's bigger than 6 inches, you. not-
I think
The branches coming over, we
Other
can't.
than 8 for personal use.
We say that again?
8 trees for personal use, you can.
You can trim though for defensible space.
You can,
trim.
under our defensible space ordinance,
Yeah.
there
Okay, all
are
right. No, I'm reading
roadside.
this exempt trimming and removal of roadside oaks for fire safety. Okay, so we could trim them? Can't remove 'em.
There are certain parameters under our defensible space ordinance that deal with roadways and certain trimming
Right.
along roadways.
Yeah, one of
It's
the
a
biggest
s-
things
so-
that we have.
For
roads
example,
that
in
are-
our defensible space ordinance, it does allow the removal of hazardous vegetation, whether that impacts structures or along roadsides. And by hazardous vegetation, the code says dead or dying trees qualify. So if there's a dead or dying oak tree adjacent to a roadside, that's considered hazardous vegetation and it can just be pulled. And that's in law already.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the biggest concerns I have is these roads that are one way in, one way out. And that's why it has to be cleared, especially at least 30 feet on each side. Because, if you only trim along the side of the road, people are not going to be able to get out. Tell you right now.
So we'll get the projects in the plan, they're county projects, we'll get them done. I'm saying, I think there's a way to get what you guys want done without having to wait for the next update. it sounds very doable. We
Okay.
just gotta get a little creative once in a while.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Okay, next slide. Oh, you're one step ahead of me. Staff is also considering just how difficult it could be to implement this last exemption. There's a lot that kind of goes into this work. And so if the board does decide to pursue this exemption now or in the future, there's a whole host of kind of questions that staff is gonna need to explore to implement this type of exemption, some of which is listed here on this slide, in terms of just, you know, who owns that land? Whose responsibility is it? Those types of questions are all things that we're gonna need to just, you know, talk about internally and kind of figure out how to deal with it. Not insurmountable, just things to think about. Next slide. And so staff recommends today that the board advance the draft amendments to chapter 130.39, including those minor edits and clarifications recommended by the board, to hearing by the Planning Commission, to not pursue either exemption due to budget considerations, and 3, defer the proposed exemptions for future consideration as part of a possible comprehensive updates to the general plan, zoning ordinance, and ORMP. Next slide. I do. Yep.
Questions?
The question.
So before I close, I just want to say that this is just one step in our process. After we go to hearing before the Planning Commission and this body for final adoption, we do develop implementation tools and training materials for department staff. And so the folks that answer the phones, you know, respond to emails, are out in the field, you know, have project applicants that they're interacting with. So this process just helps to ensure that staff are on the same page. They know what's changed within the ordinance and how those changes might work in practice and might be implemented. And so the goal here is for us to just relay this information in a digestible format to the customer or applicant. And so with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
What
All
do you,
right,
what
bring
do you
back the
think
board.
that timetable is if it goes to the Planning Commission?
Timetable for the Planning Commission hearing. I think we're slated hopefully for August.
And in the
That's the
meantime,
goal.
here's my angst. In the meantime, we have people losing insurance right and left while we fiddle around with, in my opinion, the possibility of a catastrophic wildland fire that's going to wipe out CEQA, wipe out our tax base, and so forth. We should not be in this position, especially with the insurance premises. So I went as well to county council. If we have to declare some sort of state of emergency from this board of supervisors on insurance, as well as potential for wildland threat to move this thing quicker, I'm ready to do that. Because our people are getting devastated in this process.
I understand completely. We just have noticing requirements that we have to go through for a hearing, and it just takes a CEQA. I completely understand. There's just internal processes.
Well-
It's as quick, it's really as quickly as we might be able to move.
I get that, but August, we're in critical fire season.
Mhm.
And we
Understood.
need to move quicker than that. There's no, in my opinion, there's no reason why we can't declare something, because that's why we declare states of emergency. And in the meantime, we put together this easy list, and we're sharing it with our people and meeting the insurance requirements. Because in the meantime, these people don't know what to do, other than sell their place and move out of the county.
And they can't even sell their
Well, you
place
can't
because of the high
sell.
insurance costs.
Can't sell right now.
Yeesh.
Oh, well, people are sure trying.
Yeah, I
So-
know.
Yeah, I know.
They
It's
are.
crazy. Anyway, any other questions? Greg, you got anything? Brooke?
Oh, thank you. I got a fire going on right now. and she
Yeah,
needs
I know, I see
raise.
it. Bonanza Auto Records.
Oh, my gosh.
What is, yeah, I know.
At
This
Bonanza,
is
hopefully
bad.
Yeah,
not in the
exactly.
RV
That's
lot
that
on
is, yeah.
I think it's on the other side.
All right.
Well, it could be there in a hurry.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, I have a title. I'm the chair of the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council and have been since 2011 in the Union Fire. If you know, Patterson Ranch is in Diamond Springs, between Diamond Springs and El Dorado, the town of El Dorado. It's a one-way in, with the exception of a small little local road, Tullis Mine Road. Once you're in there, unless you know the lay of the land, you'll get caught with fires. I have 900 parcels. And a few years ago, I got a grant for $500,000 from CAL FIRE to do fuel reduction, roadside clearance, and individual trees. And a lot of what was removed was live oak. There was never any discussion about whether we were meeting this requirement or not required. I took the lead from Resource Conservation District and from the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, which meets tomorrow at the American Legion Hall, and we'll have guest speakers talking about our situation currently. As you know, we just 5 counties now, no burn. They're suspending all permits. This is scary. It's scary because we've learned from our experience, and I think most of you supervisors, you, Brian, specifically, and Lori, you have this personal involvement with these fires. George, the biggest fire of all time, Caldor and the and Grizzly Flat burning down. I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing in this audience. This is an emergency, people. So treat it as such. Don't treat this as part of the long-range planning work program. This is a serious situation, and in my mind, I don't like what I've just heard. It's not respectful to the people who have lost their houses, and it's not respectful to the people who, like me, who are potentially going to put in for another grant request to do more work. And that is I'm just waiting to see whether or not you can redo areas that have been done previously, like I did. And if CAL FIRE funds that, then there's going to be more money available to do what I'll call the maintenance efforts. Please, there's no alternative in the legislative staff report. There is an alternative. You guys could say, go home, go work on it some more.
Thanks, Chris. Come on up, Ken.
I have transformed the pine into an oak for illustration purposes. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, right by the Caldor Fire, approximately 400 to 600 yards away from my house. When I came back after being evacuated for 2 weeks, my house was covered in white or live oak ember casts. Couldn't believe it. It was just, there they were everywhere. I mean, you sweep them up. There were so many. I'm so glad my house did not catch fire because I have a lot of exposed decking, this, that, and the other thing. Personally, I do scorched earth around my house. I've got 30 feet of clearance that is burnt to the ground. And I still don't know whether my insurance company is going to like it because I'm 1,000 feet or 1,000 feet away from a fire hydrant, 1,150. Lucky me, no exemptions. extra $1,000 a year. But I'm at 3,200 feet, by the way. Somehow, somewhere in this process, we need to exempt a certain elevation. It's really the oak woodland, the thing that we got us into with the general plan way back when. I remember the 94 general plan, and you're talking about doing it again here soon, huh? That'll be interesting because the 94 general plan turned into the 2000 what general plan? That's what I was hired on to do back in 1989. We were all gung-ho. We're going to have this sucker done here real fast. And guess what happened? Well, it's all history. But yeah, state of emergency, I think that's the only way to do it at this point, because the emergency is going to generate itself. There's no issue. And we've all seen the pictures of the evacuations, you know, and you bring up designated evacuation routes. Yeah, so I live on Sly Park Road. There's really only one way or two ways out, but there's really only one way out, depending where the fire is. The brush on Sly Park's lower part is pretty bad. Upper, okay, but you got tall pines. But down below it's oaks, and it's mostly live oaks. And anything we can do to get rid of those suckers would be great. It does make good firewood. I utilize that all the time. Thank God I have a power line going across my property, and PG&E has been very helpful in providing lots of down trees, and I'm glad they're exempt. We've got to make some sort of reasonable exemption.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it.
Here to help.
All right. I don't see there's any more people here in the board chambers to speak on this item, so I'll go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, Board. I am calling both as the Planning Commissioner for District 2, but more importantly, as a former 2 decades, actually 3 decades of mountain firefighter and experience, mountain rescue experience, and former fire chief. I believe this is a critical matter for this county to address. I've just looked at the calendar for the Planning Commission coming up. We can easily squeeze in and move other agenda items off to the side if you perceive, as a board perceives, you like us to look at this. Again, we work at your discretion. I'm convinced that other members of the commission would be able to roll up their sleeves also if you want to so direct it. We do have the time. We're committed to move this forward. But again, as a former firefighter, this is critical. And our people are hurting in all parts of El Dorado County in terms of the danger, in terms of obviously the insurance issues. So thank you so much for hearing me out, but we're here committed to whatever you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So one thing that I would like to suggest, because everybody refers to a live oak, but maybe what would be helpful to isolate it and focus on it a little bit more. It's a particular genus of trees, and it has a number of different species. So maybe you include the scientific name. The genus itself is under Quercus, Quercus. I believe we probably only have 1 or 2 of those in this area. Maybe something like that could help with changing the discussion and the analysis on CEQA requirements if we're just identifying the couple of species that we may have here and allow it to progress faster, or just to include it. We have the genus and species for other oak trees in our oak ordinance. So I think it could be helpful to maybe highlight that and identify the very specific ones that we're talking about. And maybe that could help with expedited review. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Hi, Kimberly Beal, representing the Association of Realtors. First off, I agree with Supervisor Veerkamp. We should not be in this position at all. Throughout the time that we created our current general plan, adopted in 2004, and then we worked on the early Oak Resources ordinances, I can't think of hardly a single person that didn't want to have live oaks included. They shouldn't have been. Why do we have the strictest oak resources ordinance in the state? It's because of the lawsuit that was filed against the county for adopting its first oak resources plan. And look where we are today. We are now in such a terrible situation with all the fire issues facing us and needing to do vegetation management for defensible space. Certainly, to create these exemptions, it always makes sense to accumulate many matters when you have to do a CEQA review in order to save the dollars. $400,000 to do these two things alone for the exemptions, that's outrageous. Our budget can't afford it right now. And thus, my conclusion is I agree with Chris. We need to treat this as an emergency. And through that, perhaps you can get some relief temporarily so that the oak trees can be removed and so forth based upon the problems that we have that are unique to El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any final thoughts or questions?
So, County Council, how could we accelerate this process? Can we direct staff to work with a couple members here to make this list as good as we can and then institute it at our board level within a week or two? Well, we only got one more. 24th is the next meeting. And then in the meantime, let the process roll through the planning commission for the longer term. But I mean, I'm serious about it. We're losing valuable time. We're behind the 8 ball already. And the more we let things work in our normal time frame, something else is going to happen. If it's predictable, it's preventable, and we're not doing our job to prevent it.
Yeah, I think if I understand the issue, the primary concern lies with the time frame to get even the agreed upon modifications to the ordinance adopted.
Right.
With the planning commission hearing set in late summer, that means then board hearing probably within 30 days thereafter. We can explore. I was just starting to contemplate whether there is potential options for some type of urgency ordinance that might allow for some minor changes to the county's regulations to take effect. We still need to consider the CEQA implications of that, and there are very narrow exemptions that are applicable. So I think we would need to evaluate it. I can certainly commit to doing that. I was just starting to exchanging some text with Jefferson in the audience just as we're starting to noodle over some possible ideas. But I want to be careful about getting anyone's hopes up because this isn't just some government bureaucracy that we're trying. I think you're seeing that staff is moving as quickly as they can with this, but there are regulations and state requirements that we need to make sure we're adhering to. So, I mean, again, I can commit to you that we'll consider what types of interim solutions there may be. I think it's pretty clear that the board's focus has narrowed, which I think is helpful to understand what it is the board's trying to achieve, or at least a couple of the supervisors. And I would expect the full board would support trying to do what's necessary to ensure that property owners can clear property when needed to prevent wildfire. So I think we understand what the board's trying to do, and that clarity is helpful. Again, sitting here right now, I don't have the answer for you. So all I can do is commit to considering what options we may have to expedite some type of interim solution.
And if I may, I'll just follow up. Right now, we are slated for August 14th. We're on the PC's tentative calendar. So we do have a time slot. We could potentially bump it up to the 7/24 meeting, but I think in order for staff to do the appropriate CEQA, to update the ORMP, to go through all the steps that we've sort of just been waiting on to get the board's complete buy-off on the package. But we could make the 7/24 meeting. It would be tight, but we could handle that.
I get that. And in the meantime, I've got the public safety, I've got insurance folks that are getting dropped right and left. I got reality going on, and I'm sorry. I live in reality big time, and I'm on the cusp of may or may not have insurance either. So it is a issue that is creating an emergency to our people in this county, and will be an emergency to us if we have another catastrophic wildfire. So to me, some sort of a speed up of getting these things done that we can approve. If they got to come back to us eventually, then why can't we approve them when they're ready to go? I understand processes. This one is a different animal, and it should have not ever been in this Oak Resources Management Plan to begin with. And some of these requirements of foresters and this and that are excessive and costly that just add to our constituents' problem. And the confusion as well, because the first thing you hear from staff, and it happened to me on a 7-acre piece of property I bought, I had to prove that I had a forester, luckily, that did a fire safe plan. Otherwise, they were gonna come after me for the trees that got removed. One dead and dying, the other 5 were ash trees, but from the air, they looked like oak trees. Okay, so I had to completely defend that. That's ridiculous. And they were all within 50 feet of this house that we were demolishing and then going to rebuild. So staff needs to have a clear and simple path. So when somebody calls up and wants to know what they need to do or not do, because the insurance company just told them to take out all their trees, they're deferring to the insurance company and blowing staff off anyway. And that's not a good place to put people in. So there's a dilemma going on. And that's why these other counties were smarter than us and didn't put this stuff in their plans.
Right.
And Kim Beal was right on, because there were people that fought it all along, and it was a result of being risk averse on the few that wanted to save every damn oak tree in this county. And oh, by the way, there's more today than there were back then, obviously.
Yeah, I think we just need to act. We got to come up with a solution, because time's of the essence right now, especially when you're talking about wildfire. And we're right in that season right now. So we got to get this done, even if it's an emergency order or something. We have to address this problem, because I've been getting a lot of calls from a lot of people, in my district. I'm full of oaks, especially on Sand Ridge Road. In that particular area out there, they can't even remove a dang oak tree without getting a dang arborist to come out, and look at it first. And especially when the oak tree is just over 6 inches, but it's a live oak tree. It's a they call them shrub oaks is what they call them. So we got to address this problem.
So maybe we could do David, can we bring it back on the 10th? Is that our next we got meeting next week, but that's I'm gonna say it's not gonna give us enough time to put together, make sure we're honed in on a list and for you to do your research. We bring it back on our next meeting in July, which is 10th. What's that?
The 15th.
15th. Key up the planning commission to get it to them as soon as possible, but we do something on an interim basis on the 15th to put a pause until we get it to the commission and get through the formal process. To adopt this list interimly till it goes through that process or something like that.
I haven't done
I know
any of the research to even commit to returning to you on the 15th. That is part of my concern. I'm just not really in a position to be able to say that I can bring you something back on the 15th, because I haven't even begun to consider what that would look like.
could you just bring us options maybe by the 15th of what path we could potentially take to expedite even?
Yeah, it would just be the expedite piece.
Just
because
to let us know if we can or can't expedite anything on the 15th?
Yeah, maybe we could take a break. I
We
feel like
take
we
a
need
little
it.
break so that
Okay.
we can convene with planning staff
Yeah.
and not to commit to something that we
Yeah.
can't deliver on. So
Sure.
maybe give us a 15-minute break to convene. Is that,
All right.
Is that
That's
okay?
Is that okay with everybody?
Okay.
All right, we can do that. Go ahead and take a 15-minute break. All right. So you want to talk about what you guys?
Sure. So after some discussion, so what we would like you guys to do today is for the board to direct us to expedite this set of zoning ordinance amendments. That's the direction we'd like. And sort of the plan would be for the board to call for the planning commission to have a special meeting to set the noticing requirements consistent with state law. So that would mean that we would be having a special meeting with the PC, the first week of July before the holiday. And then that would put us at a board meeting date of 7/15. And so what we would also ask is that we would defer or delegate any updates to the ORMP to make that ORMP consistent with the zoning ordinance. We would also, upon board adoption, we would, and this is where things get a little fuzzy for me, so jump in, but we would want it to go into effect immediately, and so we would need an urgency ordinance as well upon adoption. Anything fuzzy?
Yeah, so just to provide further background on the nature of the proposal, and thank you, Thea, that was great. There are a number of requirements that we're trying to wrestle with to make this timeframe work. So for example, there are statutory notice requirements for the planning commission hearing to amend the zoning ordinance, because you have to also provide notice of the board hearing to amend the zoning ordinance. And that notice must include the planning commission's recommendation. You necessarily can't even publish the notice of the board meeting until you've had the planning commission meeting. We also have constraints in that typically your ordinances go into effect 30 days after adoption. There's a procedure that we've utilized previously wherein you would adopt an urgency ordinance concurrently with the regular ordinance, and that urgency ordinance, upon making those findings and approval of a 4/5 vote, would allow for immediate effectiveness, and it would then expire upon the effective date of the new ordinance. So I think this is probably the most aggressive schedule that we could devise. But I don't think there's anything else that we would be able to, even an interim solution would take at least this long. So it does appear to accomplish what you're trying to do.
Oh, here it is, right here on the screen. Basically, maybe just make sure.
I was not suggesting that the motion include all of that detail.
I think what we would like is just for the board to direct us to expedite, based on, staff's recommendation.
Yeah.
And then you guys would just make it happen.
Yeah, that will
We
allow
would
maximum
do-
flexibility and staff being able to accomplish this. And so long as the planning commission hears that the board is directing this expedited process.
Now, they meet on the 26th of June, the planning commission. You think it could be squeezed in there, or there's no way?
No.
Okay.
Because that would be too short of a time to meet the statutory notice requirements.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, so I move that we expedite this item and get it going.
All right.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Good job,
very much.
guys.
I appreciate it, you guys. All right, so I guess we could go to the board updates now.
Yeah, can we get those over with? 'Cause
Yeah, board
they're
updates, and then we'll go back into closed session.
Stacking
Dave,
up.
to hear the other last two items. Okay. All right. All right, who wants to go first?
I'll knock them out. I typed them. Hopefully I got them all. I can't remember if I told you because it's been so long, but Mountain County's water, we had a legislative advocacy day, basically talked to legislators all day. It was great. And asking for the Prop 4 money to stay dedicated to what it was intended for, requesting that it not be pulled away to other things with the state's budget cuts. So we advocated for that, and the legislators were very receptive, appreciated our input. At Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, I don't know if you guys remember, but El Dorado County did not get any of that Jobs First money in the first round, and therefore Golden Sierra worked with our biomass consultant and got letters of support from our biomass ad hoc committee, Supervisor Turnbull and I, and I think Sierra Nevada's conservative, but we submitted a grant for the second round of that Jobs First money. And that project is called the Building El Dorado County's Working Lands Talent Pipeline. So it goes with, all the governor and the president's efforts to do vegetation management. We need to build our workforce. So cross your fingers that we get that on the second round of funding. So far, steering committee looks like they have secured the funding to keep meeting with the facilitator. So everybody's happy about that, and I'll let you know when the next meeting is. I had a meeting with state parks and some of our local rafting companies because the state is going to be changing the way they do the permitting on the North and Middle Fork. And so there was a lot of concerns about that. And I think the meeting was really good. Appreciate our park staff for facilitating that. And I think everybody has an understanding of where it's going to go. And State Park seems committed to making it work for our local businesses. So really appreciated that. I got to have one of those meetings with the governor's staff. Mine was a virtual meeting. And I think, banged the same drum that everybody else did, that life for our residents is getting incredibly unaffordable. Utilities, gas, insurance, you name it. So I think it was good that it sounds like most of us kind of brought up the same things over and over, that our residents are struggling and we really need the help of the governor to take care of some of these things.
On that topic, Tiffany, was Carla going to put together a synopsis of what we talked about and give it to them, that representative in writing?
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's something that
Yes.
I talked about with
Yep.
her, so, yeah.
That's a really good idea.
Follow up with something in
Because she was
writing.
there in the meetings with everybody,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
she was,
Yep.
yeah.
Good plan.
She was floating on.
Okay, thank you. for bringing that
Go,
up.
yeah, of course. I then had a meeting with our local state parks. I think her title is Captain Lauren Shoemaker out in Auburn State Rec area. There is a group called Park, PARC, that's located more in the Placer County, and they're advocating for it's a project, a non-motorized, basically pedestrian bridge at China Bar on the river. They're pushing really hard for it. However, there's concerns on the El Dorado County side. So I had a phone call yesterday with Placer County Supervisor Cindy Gustafson about this. And I think I'm going to be requesting that park, because they're the ones pushing for this, but we have concerns with all the fire danger now, to have a community meeting, and so that the community can come, we can have concerns addressed. Given the state budget, it's really unlikely that that could get funded, but if it does, we want to make sure that we have plenty of rangers out there to support any extra visitors, with the fire danger. So that just kind of came about in the last couple months, and it went fast. So I will keep you guys posted on that. And just as a side note, the Board of Supervisors in 2017 submitted a letter of support for the project, but that was before we had all these concerns with fires in the confluence in the canyon. So depending on how the meeting goes, I may bring a different letter with a different view now on that project. So keeping you posted. At the EDOK meeting a couple weeks ago, just want to let you know that the committee voted to reallocate some of the HAP funds that were set aside for the Permanent Navigation Center, because those are rolling funds and some of them are getting ready to expire. And so that committee voted to reallocate to operations so that we won't lose out on those funds. And I think that kind of thing has to come to the board for final approval, but at least they supported that, which I really appreciated. Just quick shout out to our El Dorado County Fish and Wildlife Commission, because I attended the Georgetown Fishing Derby, and I know they're very good about funding those fish, stocking the fish at all of our derbies throughout the county. And they're just so fun. I really enjoyed it. And we lucked out. The weather was perfect. At the RCRC Environmental Services JPA the other day, a heads up from one of our fellow counties said that CARB is out conducting surprise visits at landfills. And they got fined, they're getting imposed daily fines on something they found at their landfill. No notice, actually no explanation. So that rang a bell with our consultant that attends the meetings and kind of put all the counties on notice to be prepared, have your paperwork and documentation, everything ready. Very concerning that CARB decided to do this. I don't understand it myself. And then lastly, yesterday, Supervisor Turnbull and I got an update from our biomass consultant, just to let everybody know that the draft bioeconomy development, that rating thing, opportunity zone that we applied for, he has a draft and is going to be reviewing it. If you remember, Placer County and Nevada County are also doing the same opportunity zone rating. So they're going to sit down as a region and review those together and then provide feedback to the consultant that's doing those. And they hope to have that wrapped up, I don't know, within 2 to 4 weeks. I'm going to say within a month. That's it. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
That was a
but
lot. Okay.
It was a lot. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah, there is. Well, we had a 2-week break. So anyway,
I'm
Brian.
going to try to stick to the last week because I can't think past that time period. We had a water agency meeting last week and we
Yep.
adopted a strategic plan as well as worked on the executive director's evaluation. We had a SACOG monthly meeting last week and we toured $67 million homeless outreach center at the old Price Club in Arden Arcade area, if you all know where that was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Quite a project. I brought some pictures back and we'll be giving those to Olivia on some ideas on what they're going to put inside it, which may help us with what we're talking about or not. Had our Commission for Youth and Families meeting the other day, and most of everything is working on their project Lift, which rolls out the 25th. Talking about roadside vendors, we are working and talking with all of our partners, environmental management, public health, treasurer tax collector, ag department, SO and PD, all are engaged. It's a whack-a-mole process, because where they go next,
Yep.
nobody knows. But anyway, we're working on that. Tiffany's engaged as well from the CEO's office. Thank you, Tiff, for that. That it is an issue and we know it, and we've got people complaining. They
Yeah.
have to get permits, they have to do things right, and yet these folks
Yeah.
don't. We've actually confiscated some equipment. It wasn't a couple days they had equipment back up and we're running, so we're working on the whole
Along those
process.
lines, do we have a place where people should call or email if they
Well,
see
that's what
them?
we're
Or
working on as a
working that
number as
still?
well, so it's that,
Okay.
Leanne at Ag said she probably had a number that was usable. So we're trying to get that coordinated so
Okay.
people can call immediately, but we've got to put together a more responsive approach.
Yeah.
And that's got to be from environmental management and ag. And then if they need to call in SO, that's fine, but SO not going to be the heavy making that initial contact because it's not their ordinance.
Right.
It's environmental management and ag for what's going on.
Okay.
Numerous meetings with department heads, couple things. The fair was awesome. The weather was awesome, very successful. 81st annual John M. Subiger wheelbarrow races was a big deal and went well. Rubicon Challenge was all good. It was a great, successful event. Just hats off to everybody that helped with the fair. Friday is the 42nd annual Drive for Marshall, Bob West Drive for Marshall Golf Tournament. So if you're not doing anything and you want to come out, I know they're doing a ball drop and some other stuff. Tournament's overbooked. So that's a good thing. But there's other activities that can go on as well out at Cold Springs Golf Country Club. All right, that's it for me for right now. Brooke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's just one item that I'd like to bring to the attention of the Board of Supervisors and El Dorado County, and that is we held our final Emerald Bay Pilot Project All Hands meeting. That project is slated to go beginning July 15th through October 15th, and there will begin a heavy dose of public relations forthcoming. So that project is on its way.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, it's a couple weeks worth. Attended the fair preview night with most of you on Wednesday night, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Weather's great. On the 21st of May, Cindy and I attended the open house at the NAMI Clubhouse, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and saw their workings. They assist people with mental illness on teaching them how to cook and seek jobs, and they actually provide business attire if, you know, the people don't have clothes for job interviews. And so, yeah, we attended their open house a few weeks ago. Something I was very honored to do. And if none of you want to do it next year, I'm volunteering now to speak at deliver the proclamation at the Veterans Memorial on Memorial Day. That was just an incredible experience for me. Attended the Capital Southeast Connector JPA with George on the 30th of May, and attended the ribbon cutting for the El Dorado Trail Missouri Flat Overcrossing, and participated in a bike ride a few weeks ago. So
I missed the ribbon
yeah,
cutting.
it
We
was
were
a-
out of town.
it was a good
but
turnout.
It went well.
Very
That,
good turnout.
that overcrossing looks just
Pretty impressive.
beautiful up there. It looks great.
Yeah,
And Supervisor Furrow did not fall off his bike.
I did not. No.
Yay.
And I couldn't attend because I was doing a cemetery cleanup at our private
That's-
cemetery.
yeah, that's where you
touchdown,
were.
so.
For that as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so had a juvenile justice meeting that was on a Friday. And then had the SPC TC JPA meeting and stuff. The Greg was there, attended that. Then I spoke at Ponte Pomero, a special presentation. They wanted to hear me talk about what's going on and some of the things that we are doing in the county, which is good. And then we had the virtual meeting with the governor's office. Like I say, a lot of the same issues, SB 35, some of the things that talking about, and the insurance costs, and that was one of the biggest topics. And like I said, there's no reason why we can't have a standalone insurance and bring these insurance companies back. You know, at least they could have fire insurance on their homes, and the wildfire, you know, have it separate. And if people want to apply for it, that would be a good thing. So I brought that up to their attention. A lot of different things we talked about. I was not very nice, but I mean, there's been a lot of issues that's been going on in the state, and you know, and I addressed a lot of the issues that was going on, thanks to, you know, and Carla, like I said, she sat in with everybody and stuff, so I wouldn't get out of line.
She let me do it solo. I don't know what that means about you guys.
I know, but anyway, I had to bring that up. So, and then we had that Title 25 event. It was really good. Lori attended out there. Thanks for
Yeah.
showing up. I invited everybody, but
It was great.
anyway, everybody showed up, and the slab is poured for Max now. The slab is done. So they're starting to put up the sides of the building and everything like that. So that we're moving forward. That's going to be the first house. So it's going to be,
It was
it's
really
great.
cool, you guys, too. We got to put our handprint and stepping stones that are gonna be there at the house. to
Yeah,
show the-
yeah.
and that, it was really a neat event.
Yeah. And then we had I had a DOT ride along, just basically some of the stuff in my district, but also we looked at the thing on Newtown Road. So I couldn't believe how fast they got that done. That is amazing. And they opened it up, it was last week, I think at 2:30, I think it was. So great thing. Also, then we had that LAFCO meeting that we had. You forgot about that, but that's all right. Brian was there and stuff. So, and Lori, you're not on LAFCO, are you?
I am not. That's
You're
one
not.
committee I'm not on.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. Anyway, and then let's see. And then we had a budget ad hoc committee meetings and stuff, and bringing up new ideas and stuff. And then we had the El Dorado Transit and Transportation meeting. And then I attended Thunder in the Park that was on Saturday in Cameron Park. I took my Chevelle down for the first time in 4 years. I finally got it done, and that was the first time it was driven in 4 years. So that was a great event, and it was a great turnout. 108 vehicles were there.
Nice.
And they raised a lot of meeting and stuff. And then like yesterday, I attended the new employee orientation yesterday. So anyway, that's all I have. CAO?
Just a quick A couple quick updates. So the roadside vendor meeting is July 7th. And my hope with that is one, just to identify whose roles and responsibilities, but to develop something similar to what DOT Environmental Management and Planning did relating to the signs.
Yeah.
So each one had a piece of it, right? But they worked together to develop a streamlining and efficiency to where the complaint comes in, code enforcement, then it's identified who is to respond. So I think that we can do something similar to that. So we'll continue to work on that. We just finished with the budget, but we've already scheduled our budget ad hoc meetings with the new budget ad hoc. Those are starting next Monday prior to my one-on-ones with y'all. So we'll be getting into that. We're ready to have a healthy discussion there. We've received the comments from the board and the public, the concerns about we're raising fees, and that is part of, costs are increasing. And so that's part of what we have to do, but it's not just raising fees. We need to look at other sources of revenue, and we're fully aware of that. And so we will do our best to work on a plan that we can implement. We need to be strategic and focused because we have limited resources. So we'll get into that on Monday. And then we also have a meeting. Clerk's done a great job of really leading the good governance process. So we're meeting with one of the consultants that may be facilitating that.
Awesome.
Awesome. I got one go back. Anyway, so I attended the fair. The fair was, we had that VIP night. It was on Wednesday. And then actually I, gave the proclamation to Kathy, and then we did Chris Whitaker and myself did the ribbon cutting, the start of the fair. So that's it. Okay.
You're
All
more
right,
closed
so we'll-
session, yeah?
We'll go to closed session?
Yes, and there is the potential of a report out.
Okay.
So we'll need to come back.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Kim. Now here's the
Copy that
picture.
now?
we're back from closed session. Any report out?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 37 and 39. Concerning item 37, on a 5-0 vote, the board authorized the initiation of litigation in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1. The nature of the actions, the defendants, and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, subject to certain exceptions outlined in the Brown Act. That concludes my report.
All right, so we'll adjourn the meeting at 4:58. Okay.